Chapter 138. Three figures crashed into the blood-red door. Wung Dong. The blood-red door slowly closed, blocking everyone outside. Ah, my inheritance. Damn it, why not me? That Lin guy is too lucky. Some warriors covered their heads and cried bitterly, lamenting their lives. Among them, Zheng Jun was the most upset. He had the highest cultivation, and as a personal disciple, his status was respected. He had always thought that he was number one among these people. However, the martial arts inheritance that was so close to him slipped away, and he could only watch helplessly. And Lin Xian, who he regarded as an ant, could enter. This is not fair. Zheng Jun roared in his heart. He slammed his palm on the red door, but there was no effect. Humph, I don't believe that you won't come out. Zheng Jun sat down and prepared to wait for Lin Xian. He wanted to snatch the inheritance from Lin Xian's hands and trample Lin Xian to death. Seeing Zheng Jun sit down, the other warriors also sat down and prepared to wait. Although there was no guarantee of success, they still had to try. Of course, not everyone stayed. Some warriors left wisely. There were other treasures outside, and there was no need to wait for an illusory inheritance. Behind the blood-red door, it was like another world. There was no green floor or hard wall. Instead, it was like a cave surrounded by natural mountains. Lin Xian immediately assumed a defensive posture and quickly scanned the surroundings with his sole power. Beside him, the white-clothed girl was injured and her body was weak. She forced herself to use the purple armor, forming a purple shadow to protect her body. Are you okay? Lin Xian looked at her inquisitively. The white-clothed girl's veil was stained with blood. She took it off and slowly shook her head. She took out an elixir and consumed it. Then she healed her injuries and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian saw the white-clothed girl's face and was stunned. He had seen many beauties. Murong Qianling's coldness, Tang Yu's unruliness, and Yin Qingyi's shyness. However, compared to the young girl in front of them, they still paled in comparison. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the white-clothed girl's face turned slightly red. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she couldn't help but snort softly. Ah! Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Hee, kid, are you tempted? A hoarse voice echoed in the cave, sounding somewhat sinister. You and I will work together to capture her. I want the thing, you want the person. What do you think? The voice echoed. Lin Xian was speechless and rolled his eyes. Did he look like he couldn't wait? After the white-clothed girl heard this, her body trembled. Then she looked at Lin Xian warily. After thinking for a while, the girl in white moved her lips and said to Lin Xian, Don't listen to his nonsense. He is from the Nether Hall. He is very vicious. Don't fall into his trap. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. From the looks of it, the two of them were afraid of each other and didn't dare to make a move. The white-clothed girl was injured, but the black-robed man didn't dare to make a move. From the looks of it, the white-clothed girl must be very powerful. He recalled how the white-clothed girl had destroyed Zheng Jun's attack with a single finger. That finger attack was extremely stunning and seemed to contain a concept. Where is this? The land of inheritance? Lin Xian didn't answer the two of them as he kept looking around. He used his soul force to observe, but didn't find anything abnormal. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. This place is very spacious. There seems to be something inside, Lord Alcohol reminded him. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to explore, but he was worried about the two of them. The black-robed man's aura was very similar to the black-robed youths he had killed in Mountain Overlook City. Furthermore, he had heard the term Nether Hall from General Zheng. As for the white-clothed girl's origins, he didn't know. However, she didn't seem like a bad person. This white-clothed girl doesn't seem to be from this region, Lord Alcohol said leisurely. You know. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Lord Alcohol snorted. She's being suppressed by space. Her cultivation level is probably above the spirit sea realm. Furthermore, she's about the same age as you. Do you think there's such a person in China? Above the spirit sea realm? Lin Xian was surprised as he took another look at the white-clothed girl. That was too terrifying. There was really no one in China who could enter the 3 spirit realms at such a young age. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the white-clothed girl shrank back. She was seriously injured and was afraid that Lin Xian and the black-robed man would join forces. Hee, kid, have you considered it? The black-robed man spoke again. I think the situation is pretty good. No one needs to take action. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Everyone was coexisting peacefully. Wait a moment. I'll go ahead and take a look. Lin Xian didn't want to break the balance. The white-clothed girl and the black-robed man weren't people he could deal with. Only by stalling for time would he have a chance of escaping. You! A sullen look appeared on the white-clothed girl's face as she glared fiercely at Lin Xian. The black-robed man was also taken aback. He never expected that Lin Xian wouldn't help anyone. Do you know of the Nether Hall? The white-clothed girl said, that's an evil faction that once brought disaster to several countries. And he's a remnant of the Nether Hall. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you sooner or later. So, a black beam flashed and attacked the white-clothed girl like a black bolt of lightning. Rumble. The purple armor emitted a glow as it formed a tight defense. Lin Xian tensed up as he prepared to retreat. The 2 of them were stronger than Zheng Jun. He wasn't able to deal with them at the moment. Hee, kid, she's right. The black-robed man laughed. Our Templar Hall is indeed a hegemon. As long as you help me, I'll guide you into the Templar Hall and make you a member of the Nether Hall. Even you can't do anything to her. My cultivation level is lower than yours. What can I do? Lin Xian was puzzled. I can sense a sharp sword intent from you. As long as we join forces, we'll definitely be able to break through her defense. The black-robed man said coldly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood that the 2 of them had taken a liking to his sword intent. Young hero, you can't listen to him. As the white-clothed girl recovered, she quickly said, the Nether Hall must be trying to revive some old monsters. He's probably here to find the life essence. This item contains powerful vitality that can revive some old fellows in the Nether Hall. Therefore, we have to get rid of him. Life essence. Lin Xian's eyes shimmered. If the life essence was so magical, would it be effective on Lord Alcohol? Lin Xian quickly asked with a voice transmission. It should be effective, but if the grade is too low, the effect might not be great, Lord Alcohol said slowly. After receiving the answer, he fell into deep thought. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Lin Xian decided to help Lord Alcohol find the life essence. I wonder what the life essence you're talking about is. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Chapter 139. Brat, you talk too much. Lin Xian's question clearly displeased the black-robed man, and a black fog rushed towards Lin Xian. Chi! With a flash of sword light, the black fog was cut open and gradually dissipated. What a sharp sword intent! The white-clothed girl was slightly shocked. She knew the difference in cultivation between the 2. The black-robed man was obviously much stronger than Lin Xian, but this sword cut open the black-robed man's attack. Humph! Looks like if I don't show you some tricks, you won't be honest. The black-robed man was somewhat annoyed. He hid in the darkness, but attacks came from all directions. Netherworld prison. The black fog around Lin Xian fluctuated, and 4 chains formed from black fog shot out from the ground, trapping him. There were fine black lines between the chains, emitting a dangerous aura. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and everything around him was clearly imprinted in his mind. Careful! Don't touch the black chi! The white-clothed girl in the distance warned. Hurricane style! The long sword swept out, and 4 green hurricanes formed, breaking out in all directions. Lin Xian's body also jumped up. Gale 3 thrusts. The long sword turned into a shooting star and flew out as if it merged with the wind and was extremely fast. However, the black fog wasn't made of metal and could change shape at will. Lin Xian's body flew far away, and the rectangular black fog was stretched infinitely, but it didn't shatter. It's useless. Don't waste your energy. Even a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier can't escape from the netherworld prison, not to mention you. The black-robed man's words carried a trace of pride, and his voice drifted, making people unable to distinguish its source. Lin Xian retreated rapidly and was once again enveloped by the black fog. Brat, there's only one way to live, and that is to join hands with me, the black-robed man threatened. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised slightly. He wasn't afraid, because it wasn't the first time he dealt with people from the Netherworld Hall. Earlier in the battle at Mountain Overlook City, he knew that people from the Netherworld Hall were afraid of attacks of the Yang attribute, like thunder and fire. He hadn't used the golden lightning yet, so he wasn't worried. Even if it didn't work, he still had the bronze gauntlets, so staying alive was not a problem. Tell me, what is the life essence he's looking for? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The woman in white was slightly stunned. She thought that Lin Xian would be afraid and join forces with the black-robed man, but now it seemed that this was not the case. I should be looking for the same thing as him, but I didn't succeed. The woman in white said, according to my calculations, this thing should be in this ruin. It's a vicious beast egg, but I don't know what species it is. In order to gain Lin Xian's support, the woman in white told him everything she knew. Vicious beast egg. Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was shaken. He remembered the cyan vicious beast egg in his storage ring. It was given to him by the little white monkey in the cave. It looked very ordinary, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the woman in white's words made him suspicious. Lord Alcohol, what's so special about that egg? Lin Xian asked with a voice transmission. That egg isn't simple. It's indeed a type of life essence, Lord Alcohol said. However, I can't consume it. Don't give it to anyone either. Some of my memories have been sealed, but I should recognize it subconsciously, Lord Alcohol said after some thought. Since Lord Alcohol said it was important, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't hand it over. It looks like I can only deal with the black-robed man. Lin Xian made up his mind and sent a voice transmission. How long do you need to recover? Lin Xian's voice sounded in the woman in white's mind. Her delicate body trembled as she sent a voice transmission. You can attack at any time. Lin Xian confirmed the battle plan with her before saying to the black-robed man, I agree. Whoosh! The black fog dissipated as the black-robed man's voice sounded. Go and cut through her defense. Lin Xian held the crimson flame sword in his hand and walked forward slowly. Halfway through, he suddenly attacked. In a corner, the air vibrated as a sword beam flashed with astonishing sword intent. Bang! The black fog tumbled and formed a shield that entangled the sword chi and constantly melted it. Brat, you're courting death. The black-robed man was furious. He didn't expect Lin Xian to attack him, nor did he expect Lin Xian to discover his location. Wind fusion stance. Since Lin Xian had made his move, he wouldn't stop. He brandished his sword chi and attacked the black-robed man. At the same time, the woman in white attacked as well. She struck out with palm shadows with astonishing momentum. The strange sword chi disappeared and reappeared out of thin air, slashing at the black-robed man's back. The palm shadows that filled the sky blocked his escape route. Lin Xian and the woman in white worked together for the first time. They had great chemistry. Humph, you can't hurt me. The black-robed man sneered as his body turned into black fog and merged into the air. My body is illusory. You can't hit me. The black-robed man laughed as he floated in the air. As for you, you actually dared to go against another hull. How foolish! Whoosh! The air fluctuated as a thick sword chi flew out and pierced through the black fog. Explode! Lin Xian shouted. Crackle! With a loud sound, golden lightning arcs danced and formed a curtain of lightning in the air, completely enveloping the black fog. Chi! 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 Ah! The black-robed man screamed as he transformed back into his human form and rolled in the air. Another flash! With a flash of black light, the black-robed man disappeared and reappeared in another direction. There were many small, transparent holes on his body, and there was a burnt smell coming from him. He looked very miserable. I didn't expect you to have the lightning attribute. The woman in white exclaimed as she looked at Lin Xian with curiosity. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll refine you into a slave and make you wish you were dead. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and filled with killing intent. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Cut the crap. I've killed more than one monster like you. Are you another dozen? What? You've killed people from the Templar Hall? The black-robed man was furious as the black fog on his body rose and formed a ferocious ghost head behind him. Let me do it. The woman in white had a serious expression. Lin Xian nodded and retreated. He knew that the black-robed man was as powerful as the woman in white, but he was suppressed by the space. I'll help from the side, Lin Xian said. His sword intent and lightning had a restraining effect on the black-robed man. The woman in white nodded slightly and then floated out with multicolored light flying out from her body. Flickering light passing shadow. It was as if thousands of figures were dancing. Light and shadow danced as vast spiritual power vibrated, causing the void to tremble. The woman in white and the black-robed man fought and moved quickly. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and could barely keep up with their speed. Too fast. Lin Xian smiled bitterly as he realized that he could not intervene. Boom! There was a violent collision. Blood flowed from the corner of the woman in white's mouth as she retreated. A look of pain appeared on her peerless face. On the other hand, the black-robed man's aura surged as the black fog behind him filled the sky and flooded half of the cave. He waved his hand and dozens of black fog turned into poisonous dragons that pounced on the woman in white. Wind thunder slash. Lin Xian swung his sword. The sword radiance shone and cut the poisonous dragons in half. Golden electric arcs danced at the cut. Hell prison. The black-robed man attacked Lin Xian again as 4 black chains appeared out of thin air in 4 directions. Chapter 140. For chains formed by black fog appeared beside Lin Xian again. Phantom thunder step. Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to form a lightning body, but his real body dodged quickly. The black fog flashed, and the black chains shrouded the lightning body, controlling it. At this moment, the white-clothed woman and the black-robed man were fighting again. The white-clothed woman's palm technique was exquisite. Every time she struck, thousands of rays of light would appear and dissipate all the black fog that approached her. However, she was injured after all. Every battle would affect the injuries in her body, causing her to be in extreme pain. For a moment, the white-clothed woman was at a disadvantage. Wind thunder cut. Sword intent filled the sky, and with the power of wind and thunder, it suddenly slashed towards the black-robed man. Swish! Swish! A sword chi that was dozens of feet long slashed down. Golden lightning flashed in the void and attacked the black-robed man. This attack was very sudden. The black-robed man was injured by the lightning and quickly dispersed. After he used the nether prison, he did not pay much attention to it. However, he did not expect it to be an illusion. Nether illusion, ghost claw. A red light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. A huge black ghost claw appeared in front of Lin Xian. Bang! The ghost claw slammed down, causing the air to explode. The force was enough to break a mountain. Lin Xian wanted to escape, but he found that his surroundings were sealed. He could only resist. Spirit, severing protection, sword Qi. A red sword, light, appeared on Lin Xian's body. At the same time, he activated the ancient armor on his body to block the attack. Faint ripples appeared. Lin Xian's body formed a shadow of armor and wrapped him up. Rumble! When the black ghost claw touched Lin Xian, the red sword Qi around his body shattered instantly. He felt as if he was hit by a huge mountain. The blood in his body churned and his spiritual sea shook. He felt that his body was about to shatter. Fortunately, the ancient armor's defense blocked most of the attack. This time he escaped with his life. Boom! Lin Xian's body flew out and crashed into the ground below, creating a deep pit. Damn, so powerful! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was a little ferocious. His entire body was in intense pain, and he even suffered internal injuries. If it wasn't for the ancient armor, this strike would have been enough to take his life. He took out a goblet of spirit wine and quickly downed it. Then he used the longevity incantation to suppress his injuries before slowly rising to his feet. He's not dead. The black-robed man who was fighting with the white-clothed woman sensed that Lin Xian was still alive and was greatly surprised. That strike of his was more than enough to kill a martial artist in the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm. But Lin Xian was only injured. You have quite a few treasures on you. When you die, they'll all be mine. The black-robed man sneered. Once again, a huge ghostly hand was formed, emitting a boundless aura in the air. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt the threat of death looming over him. Fortunately, the white-robed woman acted in time and destroyed the ghostly hand in the sky. Moreover, she attacked with all her might, not giving the black-robed man any chance to escape. Lin Xian stood on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. He had to get rid of the black-robed man as soon as possible, or else he would end up in a miserable state. As long as there was another nether ghostly hand, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Try this. Lin Xian took out the talisman treasure he got from Ling Feng. Injecting spirit power, the octagonal stone bloomed with light and a huge pressure appeared. Feeling this pressure, the white-clothed woman and the black-robed man in the air were both shocked. If they were in the outside world, they wouldn't be afraid. However, in this trial by Bloodland, their strength was suppressed. This kind of method could already threaten their lives. Whoosh! The black-robed man made a prompt decision and rushed towards Lin Xian in a flash. Retreat! The white-clothed woman shouted as she used her movement technique in an attempt to stop him. Go! Lin Xian threw out the talisman treasure. The black mountain peak appeared in the air. The hole on it was gone, but the light was somewhat dim. It slowly rotated and pressed towards the void. Nether flash! The black-robed man dodged and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid die! The black, ghostly claw appeared and a baleful aura filled the air. It was eerie and terrifying. Lin Xian felt the aura of death and all the hair on his body stood up. He activated the ancient armor with all his strength. At the same time, his sword intent continued to rise and lightning surrounded his body. In an instant, Lin Xian used all his methods. Pum! The black, ghostly claw slammed down, but it was sent flying by the white-clothed woman. The fierce energy exploded in front of Lin Xian. The three figures retreated. The black-robed man was locked in by the black mountain peak, and the white-clothed woman retreated with a pale face. Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backwards. Many of the bones in his body were almost broken, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. It could be said that this was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries since he started cultivating. Putong! Lin Xian crashed into the mountain wall, creating a human-shaped crack before falling to the ground. He endured the pain and drank the spirit wine while circulating the longevity's secret art. The spirit sea in his body vibrated. Rings of green spirit power gushed out and repaired his body. The longevity secret art released its power and brought life to Lin Xian's broken body. In another direction, the black-robed man resisted the black mountain peak with all his strength. The black mist on his body continued to expand and formed a 3-foot-tall skeleton man. He raised his hands and resisted the black mountain peak. "Don't let him escape." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The white-clothed woman's body was surrounded by light like a fairy. She summoned a lotus and stood in the void, creating a hazy scene. Slash! The green lotus was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. The light shone brightly and covered the front. Heaven shaking netherworld. The black-robed man shouted. Black blood flowed out of his body as if he had used some forbidden technique. The aura on his body rose and pushed the black mountain peak away. Rumble! The green lotus slashed and collided with the black mist. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes. He found that the black-robed man was seriously injured, but not dead. Have a taste of this. He took out the green gauntlet. He didn't have much spirit power left. He could only use it one more time. A white light shone. Lin Xian slowly raised his left hand. Let's end this. An energy pillar as thick as a water tank shot out and flew towards the black-robed man. Green lotus heaven trapping. The white-clothed woman also waved her arm. A green lotus split into several illusions and froze the void. Feeling the danger of death, the black-robed man frantically tried to escape. Bang! 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 He charged left and right. Each time, he brought a huge amount of energy, but each time he was bounced back. The white-clothed woman didn't have it easy either. Every time the black-robed man hit her, she would spit out blood. The void was frozen. The black-robed man was locked in midair and couldn't escape. White light flashed and drowned him. Since I'm going to die, let's die together. The black-robed man roared crazily. His body kept expanding. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. The white-clothed woman's face turned pale. At the same time, she activated her strongest defense. Lin Xian also used all his remaining spirit power to activate the ancient armor. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion. The entire void was annihilated. Violent energy scattered in all directions and covered everything. Outside the red door, Zheng Jun and the others waited anxiously. All of a sudden, a wisp of terrifying energy seeped out through the crack in the door. Just the shock waves from this energy were enough to cause the space around them to tremble and rumble. What kind of power is this? The disciples looked ahead in horror. Chapter 141. The disciples outside the blood-colored door were shocked by the terrifying power. They didn't know what had happened inside and could only guess. Inside the door, the light gradually faded and dust settled. The surroundings were a mess, and the air was still filled with a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's face was pale, and he gasped for breath. At the moment of the explosion, he frantically activated his defense, but the power was too strong, and he felt like his body was going to shatter. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a black vortex appeared in front of him and sucked away all the terrifying energy. That was how he managed to escape a calamity. The bronze gauntlets and ancient armor on his body were cracked, and he estimated that they would shatter after a few uses. The mountain talisman turned into dust and disappeared in the air. He circulated the art of longevity as he looked around. Suddenly his eyebrows twitched. In front of him, the white-clothed girl had fallen to the side, and blood was flowing out of her body. "Are you okay?" Lin Xian walked over with difficulty. The white-clothed girl was heavily injured, and her consciousness was unclear. She opened her mouth slightly and then fainted. Lin Xian was shocked, but when he sensed that the girl was still alive, he sighed in relief. Taking out a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian poured it down the girl's throat. Then he sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. 2 hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Although his injuries wouldn't heal immediately, he could at least move. Standing up and stretching his limbs, Lin Xian looked ahead. There was a path there, but he didn't know where it led. He bent down slightly and carried the white-clothed girl on his back, and then walked into the depths of the cave. Feeling the warmth on his back, Lin Xian's heart beat violently. He had never carried a girl on his back, especially such a beautiful girl. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he quickly calmed his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked deeper into the cave. Drip, drip. Droplets of water fell from the walls above, and there were some puddles on the ground. Lin Xian stepped on them, and they splashed up. After a while, he reached the end. There was also a pool in front of him, but it wasn't blood but water. The space wasn't big, only a third of the size of the outer sanctum's main hall. There was a pool in the middle, which took up almost half of the space, surrounded by walls. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lin Xian put the white-clothed girl down and then looked around. He realized that this wasn't a land of inheritance, but just a figment of the imagination of the disciples outside. However, he didn't come out empty-handed. On the surrounding walls, there were some carvings. Many of them were martial arts techniques, which made Lin Xian very happy. These seemed to be Sans Ho. Lord Alcohol's eyes were sharp, so he could tell at a glance. Sans Ho is also not bad. In any case, I have obtained the Wind Emperor's sword. It can be considered a type of inheritance. Lin Xian was very content. He looked at them one by one and realized that the martial arts on them were not very good. Some of them were even inferior to profound, rank martial arts. With a sigh, Lin Xian sat down. At this time, the white-clothed girl also woke up. There was a trace of confusion in her limpid eyes, followed by intense pain. Lin Xian supported her and slowly injected a trace of spirit energy into the girl's body. He realized that the longevity art had an extremely strong recovery effect, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivation techniques. Nourished by Lin Xian's spirit energy, the white-clothed girl's face had a trace of redness. "My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the Black Sky sect. How should I address you?" Lin Xian retracted his hand and handed over a pot of spirit wine. "Shenjing Qiu." The white-clothed girl took the spirit wine and said softly, "Can you tell me in detail what you are looking for?" Lin Xian asked, showing a curious look. Shenjing Qiu shook her head. "Actually, I was ordered to find this thing. I don't know the details." Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect such an answer. Next, the two fell silent and recovered their bodies. A day later, Lin Xian woke up from hunger. He was in the first sky of the spiritual ocean realm and was far from being able to fast. He needed a large amount of food to replenish his energy. Opposite him, Shen Jingqiu's face was also slightly red. She held her stomach unnaturally. "I'm hungry." Lin Xian's face fell. "Let's see what's there." He stood up and walked to the front of the pool. After a day of recovery, the two of them were much better. Their cultivation had also recovered a little. At this moment, the two of them stood in front of the pool and kept looking. Splash, splash, as if responding to Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. A sound came from the water. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and looked down. A few black shadows swam quickly, spitting out bubbles from time to time. "There are fish." Lin Xian's face lit up. Shen Jingqiu also smiled happily. "Watch me." Lin Xian flicked his finger. A golden arc flew into the water and disappeared in a flash. A moment later, a low voice sounded. Then, a few black shadows floated up. They were a type of fish that was completely red. They were about a meter long and looked very ordinary. It's actually young fish." Lord Alcohol was surprised. "But their bloodline isn't pure." Lin Xian was too hungry. He ignored Lord Alcohol's words and stared straight at the fish. A total of 3 appeared. Lin Xian scooped them up and cleaned them up. There's no fire. He scratched his head and took out a saber artifact. He skewered the red young fish. Let me do it. Shun Jingqiu smiled bitterly. She flipped her palm and a ball of flame appeared. No one would have thought that a day would come when a treasure artifact and cultivation technique would be used to grill fish. The 3 big fishes were eaten up by the 2 of them, and they breathed a sigh of relief in satisfaction. It's time to go back. Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, when they returned to the blood-red door, they sadly found that they couldn't open it at all. How can this be? Lin Xian frowned. I remember that there was a force that sucked us in that day, Shin Jingqiu said. But there's nothing here. The 2 of them looked at each other and decided to conduct a thorough search. After searching for a while, they found nothing. Finally, Lin Xian and Lord Alcohol returned to the pool. This pool? Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. This is the only place we haven't explored. Why don't we go down and take a look? Lin Xian was also curious. After making the decision, the 2 of them didn't go down immediately. Instead, they focused on recovering their cultivation. No one knew what was under the pool. Even Lord Alcohol couldn't explore it. 2 days later, the 2 of them had recovered about 70% to 80% of their cultivation. They finally decided to go down and investigate. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu drilled into the water after activating their spirit energy defenses. The water wasn't cold. On the contrary, it was warm. The 2 of them continued to sink, startling the surrounding young fish. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes to scan his surroundings. He discovered a huge black shadow below. Shen Jingqiu also noticed the abnormality. The 2 of them discussed and decided to continue sinking. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, he could stay underwater for an hour without taking a breath. If he stayed underwater for any longer, he wouldn't be able to take it. However, Shen Jingqiu's cultivation was very high. She probably wouldn't have this problem. The 2 of them were very fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the black shadow. This is... Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Chapter 142. Lin Xian looked ahead in shock. His eyes were filled with astonishment. In front of him was a dilapidated building. It was split in half from the middle. The cut was even, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. As for the stone pillars of the palace, they were piled up with skulls. They were extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He slowly descended and arrived at the top of the building. There was a chilly aura that made people feel uncomfortable all over. Shen Jingqiu also landed and walked in with Lin Xian. There were dozens of skeletal corpses lying on the ground. The surrounding water seemed to have no effect on them. One of the corpses stood proudly. The flesh on his body was still there, as if he was still alive. However, his head was missing. Only a headless corpse was left standing there. Could it be that the pillars outside were built with the heads of these people? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. But where's this person's head? Shin Jingqiu was puzzled. Since his body was indestructible, his head must be the same. However, there was no such head outside. The 2 of them couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian shook his head and began searching around. There are words here. Shen Jingqiu transmitted her voice. Lin Xian walked over and found a row of crooked words on the ground. They're here. The person who carved the words clearly had a high cultivation because Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu could feel an aura of despair from the words. These corpses were at least at the harmonious spirit realm, but there were no wounds on their bones. It was likely that their heads were injured and killed in one blow. Lord Alcohol analyzed again. A group of harmonious spirit realm cultivators killed in one blow. Lin Xian was speechless. The elders of the Black Heaven sect were only at the harmonious spirit realm, but all the corpses in front of them were at the same level. In other words, People at the elders' level were also killed in one blow. Just who was it that had such power? Who were they? On the side, Shin Jingqiu also noticed this. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she was speechless for a long time. There's another palace below. Lin Xian looked down. It was as if the underground world had been cut open. On both sides were rocks from the bottom of the sea, and in the middle was a huge crack. The two of them quickly descended and finally arrived at the second palace. It was also cut in half and filled with corpses. However, there were clearly more people here, and there were also some broken swords and sabers left behind. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest grade of these weapons was a profound grade treasure, but now they were all broken. There were words here too. Shin Jingqiu pointed to the ground and said with an unnatural expression, "They're here. The item is missing." He did not seem to have finished speaking. He wondered if there was a third palace. Lin Xian was curious. "I can feel an aura from below," Shin Jingqiu said. "I don't have much time left. I need to take a breather." Lin Xian was a little hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Come back quickly." The two of them were like agile fish, sinking quickly. In front of him, there was a bright light. "There's a palace. It hasn't been destroyed." The two of them were overjoyed, increasing their speed. Whoosh! A black shadow appeared and attacked the two of them. The water stirred and surged endlessly. A huge force pressed down on Lin Xian, causing him to feel stifled. Lin Xian flashed and dodged quickly. However, due to the resistance in the water, his speed was slower than usual. Dang! He raised his hand and struck out with the Triple Mountain suppressing hand, colliding with the black shadow. Moreover, he borrowed the recoil and quickly retreated. After retreating far away, he discovered that the black shadow was actually the tentacle of an octopus. Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu did not dare to stay. They ran with all their might towards the palace below. The tentacle was like a sharp sword, slashing at the two of them. Wind-splitting style. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The water in front of him seemed to be split apart, flowing to the sides. This was a new sword skill he had comprehended when he was comprehending the Wind Emperor's sword. He did not expect it to be so effective in the water. Chi-Chi, seeing that the tentacle behind them was about to reach them, Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu finally entered the palace. Bo! Bo! It was as if they had entered another space. There was no water in the palace, but it was filled with spirit chi. Phew! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was almost time for him to breathe. Fortunately, there was no water here. Outside, the octopus tentacle seemed to be afraid of the palace. It did not attack, but quickly left. Let's see what's inside. Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu were still searching. Damn, it's a treasure! Lin Xian exclaimed. He discovered that the shelves in front of him were filled with weapons. Each of them was engraved with inscriptions. Lin Xian took a liking to a long sword and reached out to grab it. Hua! The long sword shattered into tiny pieces and scattered on the ground. How could this be? He tried again and discovered that all the weapons could not be used. Beside him, Shin Jingqiu also shook her head. The treasure bottle in her hand also shattered quickly. These things were all broken. It was just that their appearance did not change. The two of them were disappointed and quickly walked into the inner palace. Inside, there was a bronze coffin lying there quietly. On top of it, there was a plate with 2 eggshells. However, they were both broken and there was nothing inside. This, Shin Jingqiu exclaimed. Could it be life essence? Lin Xian had a strange expression as he recalled the green egg in his storage ring. Gently picking up a piece of the eggshell, Lin Xian discovered that it was surprisingly hard and indestructible. At that moment, the green egg in his storage ring shook as though it had come to life. Lin Xian asked Lord Alcohol without batting an eyelid. Perhaps it originally belonged here. Lord Alcohol sighed. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. he discovered that there was still an empty spot on the tray. Could it be that this egg was here back then? Lin Xian guessed. He planned on taking the broken eggshell away. Let's take one each. Shen Jingqiu was also very interested in the eggshell, so she snatched one. Lin Xian put away the other. What's this pattern? Lord Alcohol was puzzled. Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were 2 dragons engraved on both sides of the bronze coffin. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Go around it, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian quickly moved and realized that there was a sword engraved on the inward-facing side of the coffin. The sword hilt had a dragon's body. It was very unique and intimidating. Shen Jingqiu walked over and also discovered the engraving. Her beautiful eyes darted around. I seem to have heard of a legend. She stared at the strange sword with a dazed look in her eyes. Legend? Lin Xian asked. What legend? I once heard my master mention it. Back then, they were discussing the weapons of the continent. Some said it was the Overlord spear, while others said it was the Jade Descent saber. However, my master said it was the Great Dragon Sword. He said that it was the sharpest weapon. Back then, all the elders laughed. They said that the Great Dragon Sword was only a legend and couldn't be taken seriously. I never expected to see this pattern here today. Shen Jingqiu sighed. Could the legend be true? Great Dragon Sword. Lin Xian muttered. He extended his hand and pressed it, hoping to feel it. A dragon's roar exploded in Lin Xian's ears as though a true dragon had come to life. Chapter 143. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's soul felt a strong impact, as if there was a real dragon's shadow rushing into his mind. Wang. In his mind, his soul power formed a long sword that buzzed. Sword intent surged from his body. Lin Xian was like a divine sword, resisting the dragon's sword mark. Shen Jingqiu was surprised. She didn't expect the youth in front of her to cause such a phenomenon. Inside Lin Xian's body, Lord Alcohol's expression changed for the first time. Great Dragon Sword Mark. I didn't expect to see it here. Xiao, Xuanzi, do as I say, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Then Lord Alcohol taught Lin Xian how to form seals and absorbed the Great Dragon Sword Mark into his mind. Boom! As if heaven and earth were split open, Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. Then he was enveloped in a huge amount of energy. The great dragon intent roared in his mind, causing his whole body to tremble. Lin Xian followed Lord Alcohol's teachings and quickly formed seals to seal the great dragon sword mark. The sword image buzzed. Wang, Wang. The mysterious small sword in his body trembled and emitted sword intent. In his mind, the great dragon sword mark sensed the existence of the small sword and immediately calmed down, slowly merging with Lin Xian's sword soul. The process was very fast and happened in an instant. Lin Xian felt his mind become abnormally clear, and the world in front of him seemed to have changed. He removed his hand and found that the great dragon mark on the coffin had disappeared. You absorbed the engraving? Shen Jingqiu was in disbelief. She came from a great sect and was very knowledgeable. Naturally, she could see the danger of the engraving. Even she didn't dare to try. However, this youth in the first layer of the spiritual sea realm actually succeeded. It ran in by itself. I couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xian spread his hands, looking like he didn't do it on purpose. Shen Jingqiu found that she couldn't see through Lin Xian anymore. It was as if this youth was hiding countless secrets. Lin Xian didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, "Let's search a bit more. If there's nothing, we'll go back." Yes. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The two of them split up. Lin Xian walked slowly as he secretly communicated with Lord Alcohol. What exactly is this great dragon sword seal and the legend of the great dragon sword? Do you know Lord Alcohol? There's still some information left in my memories. Coincidentally, there's this great dragon sword, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Legend has it that when the heavens and earth were first created, 7 sword scars were formed, representing 7 types of origin power. Later, a true dragon fused with one of the sword scars, forming the Great Dragon Sword. In the legends, the Great Dragon Sword is unparalleled in terms of offense. Not only is it a peerless divine weapon, but it also contains supreme offensive saint techniques. It is a treasure that everyone wants to obtain. True Dragon, 7 different sources of power, an offensive saint art. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the Great Dragon sword to have such a great origin. What you absorbed was a sword seal. Someone must have imitated the Great Dragon sword by carving it, Lord Alcohol explained. It can be said that this sword seal is the Great Dragon sword that has been simplified countless times. Lord Alcohol sighed. I never expected that someone here would know about the Great Dragon sword. Then where's the real Great Dragon sword? What's in that coffin? Lin Xian asked out of curiosity. Don't let your imagination run wild. No one knows where the Great Dragon sword is. It's impossible for it to appear here, Lord Alcohol said with a cold snort. If such an item were to appear, the entire world would probably be thrown into chaos. Let's not talk about the cloud state. Even the entire China would be destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian clicked his tongue. From the looks of it, he had underestimated the temptation of the Great Dragon Sword. Study this sword seal well. The things it contains are in no way inferior to any heritage. Lin Xian nodded. He realized that he knew too little about this world. If one day I can obtain the real Great Dragon Sword, how awe-inspiring would that be? Lin Xian yearned for it. He decided that after settling his family's matters, he would head out to train. After fusing with the sword seal, his soul power increased once again. Soon he would reach the standard of a first-grade inscription master. What made him happy was that his purple spirit eyes had broken through to the 2nd level. Not only could he use his purple spirit eyes to probe, but he could also use soul attacks and other means. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There was a trace of red light in his eyes, as though he could see through everything. He turned his gaze to the bronze coffin and looked at it curiously. Bang! Bang! A pair of eyes that were like 2 divine lights looked at Lin Xian. Phew! Lin Xian quickly retreated with a look of shock. The gaze from before came from the bronze coffin. Furthermore, he could vaguely see a human figure lying inside. Gulp! Lin Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He realized that this place was a little terrifying. A coffin that could carve the Great Dragon Sword seal must not be a simple existence. Fortunately, the existence in the coffin only glanced at Lin Xian and did not do anything else. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He wanted to leave this place quickly. He found Xinjingqiu and planned to return. The 2 of them walked back and came to the exit. However, they realized that the giant octopus was still outside, blocking the way out. What should we do? Shen Jingqiu glanced at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was weaker than hers, she did not underestimate Lin Xian. Let's see if we can rush out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He did not want to stay here any longer. Bo! Bo! Spiritual power armor appeared on their bodies, and they quickly rushed out. Among them, Lin Xian held a long sword in his hand as a precaution. Swoosh! 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 The giant octopus waved its tentacles and stirred up a whirlpool at the bottom of the water, attacking Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. Such an attack was not something Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu could withstand. They persisted for a while before retreating. Darn it, we are trapped here. Lin Xian's face sank as he kept walking around the hall. Forget it. Let's rest first. This beast can't stay here forever. Shen Jingqiu said, when my body fully recovers, I will be able to cast a mystic technique. When that happens, we will be able to leave. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Lin Xian began to comprehend the heritage he had obtained during this period of time. He focused on the Wind Thearka's sword and the Great Dragon Sword Seal. Among them, he had obtained the Wind Fusion Stance, Hurricane Stance, and Wind Splitting Stance from the Wind Thearka's sword. They were extremely powerful, and this was only a portion of the Wind Thearka's sword. The Great Dragon Sword Seal that he had just obtained contained even more. It was not a specific sword skill, but a mysterious and profound concept. Lord Alcohol had told him that the Great Dragon Sword Seal was an offensive sacred art that could simulate all kinds of attacks. Although this sword seal was not that perverse, the offensive techniques it contained were rare mystic techniques. Lin Xian's soul power was powerful, and his perception was superb. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, he improved rapidly. Bam! Bam! Lin Xian was jolted awake. He felt a chill down his spine as he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Chapter 144. It was a strange feeling that made Lin Xian feel uneasy. Beside him, Shen Jingqiu opened her eyes as well. A solemn expression appeared on her beautiful face. You felt it too? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Shen Jingqiu looked at the bronze coffin. Don't act rashly. Once I recover, we'll leave immediately. Lin Xian took out a flask of spirit wine and allowed Shen Jingqiu to recover fully. Clang! With a loud bang, the bronze coffin opened a little. Lin Xian stood up abruptly, feeling extreme fear. Don't act rashly. Lord Alcohol warned. This aura is so dark. Shen Jingqiu frowned. Could it be an old fart from the nether hall? Lin Xian sensed an aura similar to the black-robed man's, but it was different. Could it be that the so-called them on the ground was referring to the nether hall? Were those people also killed by the nether hall? But why didn't he want the heads? Lin Xian couldn't figure it out, but now wasn't the time to think about it. He and Shen Jingqiu cautiously retreated. An inexplicable suction force was produced as though an invisible abyss was about to devour the two. This power? Could it be that it sucked us in? The two circulated their spirit energy and resisted with all their might. Lin Xian realized that the green egg in his ring was about to be absorbed, and he quickly controlled it in fright. Thankfully, Lord Alcohol was around, preventing the green egg from escaping. By the side, Shen Jingqiu's expression changed drastically as a violent aura fluctuated from her body. It wants to absorb the life essence. Lin Xian understood. Sword intent surged all over his body as the great dragon sword seal in his mind hummed. A sharp sword beam slashed forward. Chi! Chi! The sword slashed down, severing the invisible force. The suction force disappeared, and everything returned to normal. But in the next moment, an even stronger suction force appeared. Let's go! Without any hesitation, the two rushed out of the hall. From their point of view, the bronze coffin was much more powerful than the gigantic octopus. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu transformed into two beams of light and dove into the water. Whoosh! Whoosh! The octopus tentacles flew over like mountains. Behind them, the bronze coffin flew out of the palace and chased after them. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He circulated his strength with all his might and fled downwards. Bang! 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 3 water pillars rushed over and slammed into the two of them, causing Lin Xian's qi and blood to roil. I have a kind of life essence on me. He might be coming for me. Hurry up and leave. Shen Jingqiu's expression was solemn. She didn't want Lin Xian to die with her in vain. I have some on me too. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He had a good impression of the girl in front of him. Behind him, the bronze coffin trembled slightly. The dragons on both sides of the coffin seemed to come alive. They turned into 2 water dragons and roared as they charged forward. On the other side, The giant octopus was not far behind. Although it was afraid of the bronze coffin, it was attracted by the things on the two of them. A huge tentacle, dozens of feet long, blotted out the sky and covered the earth, surging towards Lin Xian and Lin Xian. There's a crack below. It seems like there's a teleportation array, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and found a crack. He hurriedly told Shin Jingqiu where the two of them were. Clang! Lin Xian split open the crack with his sword and found that there were indeed two ancient array platforms inside. At that moment, Shen Jingqiu's body seemed to be pulled by something as she quickly retreated. Damn it! Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Without any hesitation, he soared into the sky. Meteor beyond the heavens. Sword Qi was like a rainbow as sword intent surged. Lin Xian used his strongest attack and transformed into a meteor. Outside him, there was a faint dragon figure that roared ferociously. Shin Jingqiu's heart sank bit by bit. The moment she was caught, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Her cultivation was extremely high, and her status was even more honorable. She had come to such a remote place in search of something and was about to die here. At that moment, she thought of many things. In the end, she could only sigh. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, the water currents surged violently as a figure rushed over. It's him. Shin Jingqiu's heart throbbed. She thought that Lin Xian had left long ago. She did not expect he actually gave up on escaping from me and disregarded his life. Shen Jingqiu's heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. But what's the use? In her opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation could not change anything. Whoosh! Below, sword intent exploded as the sharp edge of the sword split the water current. The stunning sword slashed at Shen Jingqiu's back. Let's go. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Shen Jingqiu was in a daze as she stared at the young man in front of her. He had black hair, delicate features, and a somewhat frail body. However, his eyes were as bright as stars and filled with confidence. After that, a violent wave swept over. Lin Xian dodged, grabbed Shin Jingqiu, and quickly ran downwards. With his left hand holding the beauty's hand, he brandished the sword in his right hand. With a slash, the water current on both sides flew backward. Even the resistance was reduced. Only then did Shin Jingqiu come back to her senses. She felt something strange in her hand, and her face turned slightly red. However, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she let Lin Xian hold it. She rejoiced. Just as she was about to give up, this young man had pulled her out of the brink of death. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on an array platform. Just activate your spiritual energy. That was what Lord Alcohol told him. Shin Jingqiu stood on another array platform and stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. The array was activated and white light flashed. Just as the figure was about to disappear, a pouch flew into Lin Xian's hand. At the same time, Shin Jingqiu's voice echoed in his ears. I'm in the Sky Martial region, Flying Moon Pavilion. Finally, the light disappeared and the figure disappeared. In the blood-colored heavenly palace, the disciples left the blood-red door unwillingly. The trial was about to end, and they did not want to waste any more time. Zhang Jun also stood up unwillingly. He glared fiercely at the blood-colored door, then quickly left. When Lin Xian and Lord Alcohol used the teleportation array to leave, the trial of blood also ended. The time was slightly different from the calculations. It was less than a month, but it was the longest trial in 100 years. In the outside world, white light flashed. Disciples appeared one after another. They all had different expressions, but most of them were filled with joy. After all, they all obtained treasures, and many of them entered the spiritual ocean tier. The elders of the various sects all laughed, looking at the disciples with joy in their hearts. What? Only you came out. Where are the others? In the crowd, the Ling family elder shouted, his face red. In front of him was a Ling family disciple. Under the elder's pressure, He trembled and almost fainted. I don't know. The disciple's voice trembled. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe they're still inside, someone advised. After all, the trial grounds haven't completely closed yet. On the other side, Black Heaven Sect. Elder Shui looked at Zheng Jun, who entered the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Elder Duanmu's expression darkened. Why hadn't Lin Xian come out yet? Junior brother Lin entered the final inheritance ground. I wonder what the result is, Morong Qianling said from the side. What? The inheritance ground. Not only the elders of Black Heaven Sect, but the elders of the other forces also knew about this. After all, many people saw Lin Xian enter the blood-colored door. At this moment, everyone looked in the direction of Black Heaven Sect, their eyes burning. Chapter 145. Everyone looked in the direction of the Black Heaven Sect with undisguised passion in their eyes. Elder Duanmu, Elder Hua, and the rest caught Morong Qianling and kept asking her questions. Elder Shui stood at the side with a gloomy face. In the distance, the elders of the Ling family almost vomited blood when they heard the news. Their bodies trembled nonstop. Get ready to receive Lin Xian, Elder Duanmu said in a deep voice. No matter what, we have to protect him. He knew that inheritances were too important, and other forces might try to meddle in it. Even if they didn't make a move on the surface, they would make a move in the dark. The other elders also nodded. They also knew the seriousness of the matter. Everyone waited anxiously. As long as Lin Xian came out, a group of people would probably swarm him. However, after a period of time, the exit gradually faded and was about to disappear. Lin Xian's figure still hadn't come out. He couldn't have died inside, right? Someone gloated. It's possible. Does he really think that it's so easy to get an inheritance warrior? Secretly, many people sneered. On the Black Heaven Sect side, the elders were anxious and asked Morong Qianling and the rest again. Elder Shui sneered and said indifferently, there's no need to wait. The seal is closed. Dead geniuses are nothing. There's no need for us to worry about him. Everyone was silent. Morong Qianling and the rest had a look of disbelief. However, no matter what, they couldn't enter. They could only wait 7 years for the seal to be released again. The other forces, secretly, heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Xian really brought out the inheritance martial arts, there would be chaos here. With Lin Xian's talent, he would definitely be able to advance quickly. After a few years, he might enter the 3 spirit realms. If he added his abnormal sword intent, most people in the cloud state wouldn't be his match. The Black Heaven Sect would also surpass the 3 sects and become the overlord of the cloud state. This was a situation that no one wanted to see. Other than the Black Heaven Sect, the most sorrowful were the elders of the Ling family. 10 elite disciples entered, and only 1 came out. This was unbearable for them. 2 of the Ling family's elders fainted on the spot. The others were also trembling. Lin Xian. The group of elders gnashed their teeth. They learned from the surviving disciple that the fall of the Ling family disciples was closely related to Lin Xian. Originally, they wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, but who would have thought that they would be killed by an ant instead? However, Lin Xian did not come out, so they were very sullen and had nowhere to vent their resentment. Let's go. Many forces left one after another. Elder Duanmu sighed. Maybe it takes a lot of time to obtain the legacy martial arts. Maybe Lin Xian is still alive. It's possible that he will come out the next time it opens. Everyone was silent. They knew that this was just a type of consolation. The possibility of this was too small, almost impossible. Left with no other choice, they waited for another day before leaving. Inside the blood-colored palace, in the underwater world, the huge octopus floated powerlessly as all of its blood essence had been sucked dry. A bronze coffin was suspended at the side, its surface flickering with light. A faint green chi floated in the air and gradually converged, forming a human figure above. A green-haired young man appeared. His skin was pale, and he had a strange smile on his face. After stretching his body, the green-haired young man turned into a ray of light and arrived at the array platform below. He shot out a ray of light and disappeared. The space vibrated and a ray of light danced. A human figure appeared in the air. Whoosh! The human figure landed on the ground, his body trembling slightly. This person was Lin Xian. He quickly circulated the art of longevity to remove the side effects of the teleportation. After a while, he opened his eyes. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian cautiously scanned his surroundings. This was a cave and there was no one around. It was extremely desolate. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and walked out. After passing through a long tunnel, he walked out of the cave. He was surrounded by tall mountains and there were occasional wolf howls. Seems like it's in the forest. I wonder if it's still in Yinzhou? Lin Xian planned to walk out of the mountains first before making any plans. Whoosh! He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Green trees, green mountains, and flowing water. A boundless aura assaulted his face. In the forest, a few human figures were moving quickly. Sister Yu, the demonic beast's cave is in front. The ink spirit flower is there. With the ink spirit flower, Master Hong will definitely help us. The girl's voice had a hint of desire. Whoosh! 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 5 human figures rushed forward and soon arrived in front of a cave. Over there was a purple plant with a black flower blooming. Each petal was like black jade. It's really the ink spirit flower. The girl was pleasantly surprised. She quickly rushed forward. Wait, the young man beside her pulled her back. Don't rush. Let's deal with the problem first. The girl seemed to have understood. Her face turned serious as she looked at the cave with her beautiful eyes. There's a silver cloud beast inside. It's a peak rank 3 demonic beast. I heard that it's not weaker than a rank 4 demonic beast. You guys have to be careful. The leader was a handsome young man. He said to the 4 people behind him, Don't worry, Brother Lon. If we work together, we can still kill a rank 3 demonic beast. The young men were very confident in Brother Lon. You guys set up a sword array. I'll lure it out, the young man called Brother Lon said cautiously. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions. They held long swords and formed a sword art. Spiritual energy surged out of their bodies and entered the ground. It quickly formed a complicated pattern. When Brother Lon saw it, he flipped his palm and took out a piece of dead wood. He lit it up. Faint green smoke rose and emitted a strange smell. It spread out of the cave. Roar! Soon, an excited roar came from the cave. Then, a silver figure flashed out. Whoosh! The silver figure left a trace in the air. Its huge body had already arrived in front of everyone. Bang! Bang! It landed on the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. The ground trembled. This was a strange, demonic beast. It had the body of a bull and the tail of a snake. Its head was like a flower. It had no facial features, but 5 long stamens that kept rolling outside. Each stamen was a few meters long and silver in color. Its body also seemed to be made of silver. Sensing the strange smell in the air, the silver cloud beast was excited. The 5 colorful petals on its face kept shaking, and the long stamens danced like spiritual snakes. Brother Lon waved his long sword. Sword Qi streaked across the air and slashed at the silver cloud beast. Roar! The 5 petals opened up and let out a shocking roar. The silver stamens rolled like spears and stabbed at the sword Qi in the air. Brother Lon sneered and shouted, Burn! Red flames appeared on the sword Qi and burned fiercely. Sizzle! The silver cloud beast was caught off guard. It was burned by the flames on the sword Qi and roared angrily. It leaped forward, its 5 long stamens turning into nimble whips, constantly waving them about. Bang! Brother Lon quickly retreated and brought the silver cloud beast to the middle of the four people. In the next moment, the ground flashed and covered it. Chapter 146. The moment the silver cloud beast landed, the four of them moved. They each used a sword technique and merged it into the air. A sharp aura spread out. Light shone under their feet. Sword chi rushed out. It was as red as fire and slashed towards the silver cloud beast. Clang! Clang! The fiery red sword chi struck the silver cloud beast, and sparks flew everywhere. Roar! The silver cloud beast was furious. It roared into the sky. The 5 petals opened up and spat out a powder-like thing. It danced in the air. Oh no, it's poisonous powder. Hold your breath. The young man called Brother Lon shouted. The 4 of them used their spiritual power to protect themselves. At the same time, they kept changing their sword techniques. Wind and fire sky. In the next moment, the sword formation shone brightly. Countless streaks of sword chi spun quickly, forming 2 winged shadows. Fan! The young man in the lead shouted. Whoosh! The shadow flapped its wings, bringing with it a strong wind. The sharp sword chi was mixed in it as it rushed towards the silver cloud beast. Chi. When the poisonous powder touched the wind and sword chi, they dissolved each other. The void trembled. The silver cloud beast's attack failed. It was furious. The snake tail behind it kept slapping the ground. The 5 petals on its head glowed. Its demonic aura grew. Roar! The demonic aura intertwined, forming a huge demonic shadow. Its body flashed, and it rushed towards the group. Trap! The sword chi changed again. It intertwined into a sword net and covered the front. Boom, boom, boom. The silver cloud beast's body crashed into the net, making a shocking sound. The violent energy wave hit the group. Puff! Some of them couldn't withstand the power and spat out blood. Crack! Crack! The entire sword formation broke. The sword shadows disappeared. Oh no, this silver cloud beast is a rank 4 demonic beast. The young man in the lead exclaimed. Run! The group was forced to stop the sword formation. Their aura was tumbling. They couldn't use all their power. After the silver cloud beast attacked, it attacked again. 5 silver stamens danced in the air and rushed towards the group. Every single one of them flew towards a single person. There was venom on them, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Clang! Clang! The group waved their swords to block, but the power of a rank 4 demonic beast was not something they could resist. Puff! One of the youths failed, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Moreover, the poisonous gas quickly spread through his body. You're courting death! The youth in the lead shouted loudly. With a shake of his sword, he faced the silver cloud beast head-on. Sword chi crisscrossed with an astonishing momentum. Not far away, a figure quietly approached, hiding in the woods. This figure was none other than Lin Xian, who had just walked out of the cave. He was running through the forest, and when he heard the sounds of fighting, he rushed over. Lin Xian squatted on a branch and looked ahead through the dense leaves. When he saw the appearance of the silver cloud beast, he exclaimed. He had never seen a demonic beast like this before. This group of people might be in danger. Lin Xian analyzed the situation in his heart. He had already seen how powerful the silver cloud beast was, and only the youth leading the group could handle it. Judging from their appearances, they should be disciples of aristocratic families. It was a good opportunity to ask them. Lin Xian decided to save them. Sword will surged as he slashed out with 2 fingers. A sword arc flew out and merged with the wind. The air surged slightly before returning to normal. Below, the people and demonic beasts who were in a frenzy were suddenly shocked. They felt a sharp sword will surge toward them. The aura made them despair. The youth leading the group quickly looked around but did not find any sword chi. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the silver cloud beast opposite him screamed. A 2-meter-long sword chi appeared out of thin air behind it and slashed its body, causing blood to splatter. The youth leading the group's pupils constricted. He had fought with the silver cloud beast before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Not only was this demonic beast powerful, but its defense was also astonishing. Its body was as if it was made of silver and invulnerable. However, that sword chi had injured it. How could he not be shocked? The silver cloud beast cried out in pain. It could not find the culprit, so it could only vent its anger on the 5 people in front of it. Oh no! The youth leading the group's heart sank, seeing the angry silver cloud beast charging toward them. At this moment, a sword or a shot into the sky from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The sword chi surged, and the long sword slashed across. The void seemed to be cut open. Everyone was stunned, but the silver cloud beast was still running. However, after a few steps, its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground. A skinny figure appeared in front of everyone like a breeze. Lin Xian looked at the silver cloud beast on the ground and felt satisfied. That sword move just now was the result of his comprehension of the great dragon sword seal and imitating the meteor sword technique. Although Flying Star was powerful, it consumed too much spiritual power. Each time he used it, it would consume almost 1/3 of his spiritual power. Even after he entered the spiritual sea realm, it was still the same. The great dragon sword mark that he had obtained contained an offensive saint spell that could imitate all kinds of attacks. Under his test, that sword attack was created. The youth leading the group looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, brother. Tong Lan is very grateful." The other 4 also saluted with their fists and said, "Thank you, young warrior." Lin Xian smiled, and then his expression changed slightly. He looked at the injured person and said, "He is poisoned. He needs to be treated quickly." Tong Lan and the others quickly ran over, sealed the poison, and fed him pills. Lin Xian's sword chi danced on his fingertips as he cut off 5 petals of the silver cloud beast. At the same time, he dug out the demon crystal and put it in his storage ring. "These petals can detoxify the poison. Feed him," Lin Xian said. This knowledge was taught to him by Lord Alcohol. Tong Lan did as she was told and fed him one of the petals. After a while, the black gas on the injured disciple dissipated and turned into poison that was expelled from his body. It worked. The girl's face was filled with joy. "Thank you so much this time." Tong Yu said gratefully, "Young warrior, your martial arts are amazing. Who is your master?" Tong Lan asked curiously. As the danger was gone, the group relaxed and became curious about Lin Xian, who had suddenly appeared. Lin Xian touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "I am Lin Xian from Yun State. I came here by accident. Where is this place?" "Yun State?" The group looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Tong Yu blinked her big eyes and said, "This is Qing State, the boundless mountain range. You really don't know." Lin Xian shook his head and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't run out of Xia country. Qing State was one of the 7 states of Xia country. It was separated from Yun State by Snow State and was very far away. Lin Xian estimated that it would take him at least 2 months to return to Yun State. "Young warrior, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come back with us? Let us repay you for saving our lives." "Forget about the repayment." Lin Xian smiled. "But I hope to go back with you." Hearing Lin Xian's reply, the group laughed. Among them, Tong Yu blinked her big eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot about the ink spirit flower!" Her beautiful figure flashed as she ran towards the cave entrance to pick the ink spirit flower. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi flew out from the dense forest and attacked Tong Yu. The angle of the attack was extremely sharp, making people feel apprehensive. Chapter 147. This sword chi came so suddenly that the Tong family disciples didn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the sword chi had already arrived above Tong Yu's head. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His soul force was powerful and had already sensed it. When the martial artist hidden in the dark attacked, he moved. Golden electric arcs jumped under his feet. Lin Xian seemed to merge into the wind, his speed extremely fast. Sister Yu. Tong Lan's eyes widened in anger. He didn't think that someone would dare to attack the Tong family. Who? Golden electric arcs flashed, and the sword chi crashed down. Tong Lan and the others' faces changed drastically as they ran forward crazily. When they saw the scene in front of them, they secretly let out a sigh of relief. A terrifying crack appeared in front of the cave entrance, but no one was injured. Tong Yu and Lin Xian stood 15 meters away unharmed. Sister Yu. Tong Lan ran over. Brother Lan, I'm fine. Young hero Lin saved me. Tong Yu's face was pale, obviously frightened. However, luckily, she wasn't injured and successfully plucked the ink spirit flower. Brother Lin, thank you. Tong Lan said seriously. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened without Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then looked towards the depths of the forest. Tong Lan and the others understood and returned, also turning around with gloomy faces. Your luck isn't bad, to be able to pluck the ink spirit flower. A mocking voice came from the forest. A few figures walked out with powerful auras, looking at Lin Xian and the others with cold smiles. Shang-Chi. Tong Lan saw the figures in the forest, and his pupils constricted. The expressions of the people behind him also became very ugly. Although Lin Xian didn't know who was on the other side, he could vaguely guess from the Tong family disciples' expressions. The people on the other side probably didn't have low statuses, and their strength far surpassed the Tong family. On their side, only Tong Lan was at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, while the others were at the 2nd layer. Among the people on the other side, 2 were at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. One of them had an abnormally powerful aura at the middle stage of the 3rd layer. What do you want to do? We found the ink spirit flower first. Tong Yu shouted. Shang-Chi looked at Tong Yu's delicate face and exquisite figure, and his eyes flashed with a trace of passion. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside Tong Yu, he frowned. Just now, it was this brat who ruined his good deed. That sword strike just now was extremely tricky. Not only was it able to protect the ink spirit flower, it was also able to trap Tong Yu without harming her in the slightest. However, this was all his conjecture, and the real situation was destroyed by Lin Xian. Shang-Chi cautiously looked at Lin Xian. He was somewhat unable to figure out Lin Xian's identity. Your Tong clan is really useless. You even need to find outsiders to be your bodyguards. Shang-Chi sneered. Nonsense, Brother Lin is not a bodyguard. Tong Yu said angrily, Brother Lin is an elite of the Cloud region. He only acted when he saw that we were in danger. Cloud Prefecture? Shang-Chi was stunned. He naturally knew of Cloud Prefecture, but why would people from Cloud Prefecture come here? He couldn't figure it out, and he wouldn't think about it. As long as it wasn't a force from Qingzhou, he would just kill it. He gave a look behind him, and the few people behind him instantly understood. I don't care where you're from. A strong young man behind said, Brat, I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Or else, The tall young man stomped his foot, and the ground shattered. Countless cracks spread out like a python's web. Tong Lan and the others' hearts were in their throats. They all looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his answer. In their opinion, although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, his sword technique was exceptionally high, and his strength was already comparable to a martial artist at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he acted, then they had a high chance of escaping from Shang-Chi and the others. However, they also knew that the Song clan's power was stronger than their Tong clan by 30%, and normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Tong Yu also stared at Lin Xian nervously. her small hands tightly gripping her sleeves. I've learned quite a few martial arts techniques, but I've never learned the move of rolling. Lin Xian said indifferently, "Why don't you demonstrate how to roll?" Pooh! The disciples of the Tong clan couldn't help but laugh. Tong Yu even covered her small mouth and laughed. "Kid, you're courting death." The tall young man was furious. He had a noble status, and as a disciple of the Tsang clan, no one dared to make fun of him like this. Pung! The muscles on his body bulged like dragons. The tall young man stomped his foot, and the ground shattered. His body flew out like a cannonball. Die! With a punch, the air was rapidly compressed, creating a series of explosions. Retreat! The disciples of the Tong clan all retreated, leaving only Tonglan and Lin Xian standing in the field. Tonglan secretly accumulated power, ready to attack at any time. On the side, Lin Xian waved his arm, and a streak of sword qi circled around his arm. Hurricane style, the sword qi pierced out, and a green whirlpool appeared in the surroundings. Violent winds blew, and the air was turbulent. It gathered in front of Lin Xian to form a huge hurricane, attacking the tall young man. Huchi! A ball of wind spun at high speed, and the energy contained within could crush metal and stone. Rumble! The green hurricane collided with the young man's fist, and turbulence flew everywhere. However, under Lin Xian's control, the wind surged towards the tall young man. The tall young man felt that there were violent winds in all directions, suppressing his body. At the same time, his speed was constantly decreasing. Petty tricks! The tall young man roared, and like a ferocious beast, he tore his chest with both hands. It was as if the void had been torn apart, and a vacuum appeared in front of him. "Ha! Die!" The tall young man broke through the hurricane, and his body moved forward again. He wanted to smash Lin Xian's head with a punch. Tonglan, who was at the side, arched his body and was ready to attack. Not far away, Song-Chi looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Suddenly, a streak of sword qi lit up the surroundings like a flash of lightning, sending chills down everyone's spine. Puff! The tall young man flew out, and a cross-shaped wound appeared on his chest. It was deep into his flesh, and his bones could be vaguely seen. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Tonglan's sword was only half drawn, and it was still in midair. He was shocked, and his understanding of Lin Xian changed again. He used to think that Lin Xian was only comparable to a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Now, it seemed that he could completely kill a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. On the other side, Song-Chi's face turned ugly. He called for the people behind him to carry the tall young man back. Others didn't know the tall young man's strength, but he was very clear. This young man's name was Tsang-Ji, and his cultivation had reached the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. His strength and defense were even more shocking. A normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm was no match for Tsang-Ji, and Lin Xian defeated him with one strike. This was almost impossible. Second layer of the spiritual ocean realm, and his sword skills are super strong. When did the Cloud State have such a person? Song-Chi's eyes flashed. The Cloud State was at the bottom of the Xia State. Not only were the top fighters lacking, but the younger generation was even worse. Among them, there were only a few people in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list, which was not enough. Therefore, the martial artists in the other states of the Xia State looked down on the disciples of the Cloud State. However, Lin Xian was obviously an exception. Song-Chi walked out slowly and said in a low voice, "If you can defeat me, I'll let this go. Otherwise, you can apologize with your death." Chapter 148. Song-Chi's face was cold as he walked out with his sword. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." On the side, Tonglan stood out, spiritual power surging in his body as he stared ahead. "You." Song-Chi was disdainful. "Just a loser." I did lose to you last time, but this time you can try. Tong Lan's expression was cold, without the slightest hint of retreat. Forget it, let me do it. Lin Xian's voice was flat, without joy or sorrow. Brother Lin, don't be rash. He's a martial artist in the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, Tong Lan reminded. Don't worry. Lin Xian patted his shoulder, then turned to look at Song Qi. If I defeat you, those people won't stop me. Song Qi sneered. As long as you can defeat me, they won't make a move. As long as Lin Xian dared to accept the challenge, he had the confidence to kill him. As a martial artist in the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he still had this bit of confidence. Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out the crimson flame sword, the presence on his body gradually becoming fierce. Middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, far stronger than Zheng Jun, Lin Xian's expression became serious. However, he wasn't afraid. Now that he had the great dragon sword seal, his strength went up a level, and just a few days ago his cultivation reached the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Let me try to see what level my strength has reached. Lin Xian's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Reckless. Song Qi is a martial artist in the top 100 of the hidden dragon role. A brat in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier dares to attack. The people on the other side were disdainful. Brat from the cloud state, let me show you what sword art is. Song Qi pulled out the sword at his waist. The sword light was like the moon, hazy. Good sword. Lin Xian praised. You're about to die and still have the mood to care about the sword. What an idiot. The people on the other side mocked again. Lin Xian ignored them and stared at Song Qi. He wanted to see what was different about the geniuses from the other states. Full moon strike. Song Qi used a killing move right from the start. His sword Qi was like moonlight, incomparably bright. Not good. It's actually the cyan moon sword technique. Tong Lan was shocked. He had lost to this sword technique. Song Qi is so shameless. His cultivation is so high, yet he still uses this kind of sword art. He's obviously bullying others. Tong Yu said angrily, although Song Qi is arrogant, he is not weak. I wonder if little brother Lin can deal with him. Tong Lan said worriedly. On the other side, the Song family's disciples had leisurely expressions. He actually used the cyan moon sword technique to deal with this kid. Isn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? I don't care what sword technique he is using. Since he dared to injure a disciple of the Song family, he must atone for his crimes with his death. In the field, the green sword Qi drew an arc in the air like a crescent moon, hazy and illusory. Lin Xian thrust it out with his sword. Sword Qi gushed out and collided with the crescent sword Qi. Qi. There was no rumbling sound, but instead, like a balloon leaking air, the half-moon sword Qi continued to shrink and finally disappeared in the air. What? The few of them widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Song Qi, whose expression was filled with astonishment. The cyan moon sword technique seemed hazy, but the power of the sword Qi was extremely strong. Normally, after learning the cyan moon sword technique, it would not be a problem for him to defeat opponents of the same level. However, such a powerful sword technique was ineffective in front of Lin Xian. What's going on? The Tong family's disciples were also at a loss. Tong Lan's eyes flickered and said with uncertainty, Brother Lin, little brother Lin's sword seemed to have hit the flaw of the cyan moon sword technique. Flaw. Even spirit-ranked martial arts have flaws? The Tong family's disciples were confused. Normally, all martial arts have flaws. The higher the rank of the martial arts, the fewer flaws there are. Moreover, even if it is a spirit-ranked martial arts, if the cultivator is not skilled enough, there will still be many flaws. Tong Lan's voice was not loud, but everyone present was a Spirit Sea realm martial artist, so they all heard it clearly. Song Qi's face darkened. He did not believe that Lin Xian could find the flaw in his sword technique. Guessing, he must be guessing. How could a martial artist from a trashy place like the Cloud State have such eyesight? Shang-Chi did not believe it. He leaped and attacked first. Shua, shua, shua. Sword Qi danced like moonlight, illuminating the earth. Shang-Chi's every sword attack was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It was extremely powerful and extremely fast. Lin Xian used the phantom thundersteps and dodged continuously. Qi. Shang-Chi's sword released an arc of sword light and slashed at Lin Xian, cutting him in half at the waist. Whoosh! The figure that was cut in half disappeared, leaving behind only a golden arc of lightning. It's an illusion. Tong Lan and the others were alarmed. It could not be helped. The illusion created by Lin Xian was too real. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to tell. A guy who only knows how to run. If you have the guts, take my attack head-on. Shang-Chi shouted angrily. Although his sword technique was powerful, he could not catch Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was going crazy. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks with a smile on his face. He had already observed the Cyan Moon sword technique and could barely use it. Of course, there were still some killing moves that he did not know yet. As long as he comprehended more and used the Great Dragon Sword Seal to modify it, he would be able to use the Cyan Moon sword technique. This was the real reason why he did not attack. All right, the game is over. Lin Xian's expression changed, and the aura on his body became fierce. Splitting wind style. The air in front of him was sucked out, and the space seemed to be torn apart. There was an invisible force tearing at Shang-Chi's body. What is this? Shang-Chi's expression changed. The spiritual power on his body surged, and quickly formed a spiritual power armor. A cyan armor with a bright moon carved on it formed and appeared on Shang-Chi's body. This was an armor condensed from spiritual power. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the defense. Ka! Ka! The sword light flashed, and 2 cracks appeared on the spiritual power armor in front of his chest. Chi-chi! Shang-Chi was shocked and kept retreating. At the same time, the spiritual power on his body surged and quickly repaired the armor. Whoosh! He retreated to the back and kept gasping for breath. Damn, this kid is too weird. What kind of sword technique is this? There was a trace of fear in Shang-Chi's heart. He had never seen such a sword technique. He did not even see the trajectory of Lin Xian's long sword. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was also slightly stunned. It did not break. He used half of his strength in this attack. A normal martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm would have been injured. Worthy of being a genius in the top 100 of the hidden dragon list. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Shang-Chi's strength was somewhat out of Lin Xian's expectation. Of course, that was all. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xian's body swayed, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand kept waving. Every strike landed on Shang-Chi's body. Pum, pum, pum. The spiritual power armor on Shang-Chi's body kept changing shape and was about to break. Full moon dance chop. Shang-Chi was both shocked and angry. He swept his long sword, and Cyan sword Qi flew out like a full moon. The circular sword Qi circled around and spread out. The disciples of the Tong family and the Tsang family kept retreating. This terrifying sword light shocked them. Lin Xian was the closest and was the first to be hit. The sharp sword light cut towards his waist. Wind thunder chop. His eyes flashed, and the purple spirit pupil quickly and accurately found the flaw. Then he swung his sword and cut on the flaw again. Ka! Like a mirror breaking, a crack appeared on the full moon sword Qi. Chapter 149. Lin Xian's sword slashed at the flaw of Shang-Chi's sword move, causing the full moon sword Qi to break. Pum! The sword light flashed and quickly slashed at the armor. Chi golden electric arcs jumped and reflected on Tsang-Chi's face. Tsang-Chi's armor was cut in half and was about to be scratched by the sword light. At that moment, the speed of Lin Xian's sword slowed down and finally stopped within the spirit power armor. Whew! The Tsang family disciples were relieved. That scared me to death. This sword art is too terrifying. What's the use of a good sword art? If your cultivation is too low, you can't break Tsang-Chi's defense. Tsang-Chi's expression changed again and finally turned into a hideous grin. Haha, you can't even break through my defensive barrier. Go to hell. He swung his sword and stabbed at Lin Xian's left rib. Oh no, it's dangerous, Tong Lan exclaimed. Tsang-Chi's spirit energy was too strong. Lin Xian's left hand slapped out and 3 mountain shadows appeared, crashing onto Tsang-Chi's long sword. The sword intent in his body surged and exploded in an instant. Xiao! A cold light flashed and disappeared in a flash. The armor on Tsang-Chi's chest was shattered and he flew out with a terrifying sword mark on his chest. What was that? What a terrifying feeling. What kind of power was that? Everyone was confused and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Brother Qi, the Tsang family disciples rushed forward and saved Tsang-Chi. They looked at Lin Xian with fear. 2 of the Tsang family's outstanding disciples were injured by this young man. And this young man was only at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. No one would believe this, but it really happened in front of their eyes. Kid, what's your name? Tsang-Chi covered his wound and said with hatred, Cloud Prefecture, Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'll remember it. Let's go. Tsang-Chi swallowed a pill and wrapped his wound with spirit energy before leaving with the help of the others. Brother Lin, you're so cool. Tong Yu's eyes sparkled. To the side, Tong Lan also cupped his hands together and said, Brother Lin, I never imagined that your swordsmanship would be so superb. Looks like the cloud plane isn't like the rumors. Lin Xian smiled and left the mountain with the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, the originally quiet forest once again became restless. A green-haired man came to the entrance of the cave. He sensed the aura in the surroundings and revealed an evil smile. His body flashed and disappeared into the air. Guangning City was a big city in Qingzhou. It was far more developed than the cities in Yinzhou. There were all kinds of martial arts instruments. Not only that, but there were also array masters, pill masters, and many other senior experts. Lin Xian was moved. Maybe he could find a suitable, treasured sword here. He planned to settle down and go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to take a look. The Tong family was also a big family in Guangning City. They occupied a part of the city and had a row of majestic palaces. Uncle Chung, we're back. Tong Yu saw a gray-robed old man and ran over happily. Look, what is this? She excitedly took out the black flower. Ink spirit flower. The gray-robed old man, called Uncle Chung, was surprised. You guys sneaked into the forest. Are you injured? No, thanks to Brother Lin. Tong Yu shook the gray-robed old man's arm and said, Brother Lin? The gray-robed old man lifted his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. All the muscles in his body tightened. He had a feeling that he was seen through. This old man is terrifying. Lin Xian was fearful. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal vibrated and released a force to eliminate the palpitating feeling. The gray-robed old man was also surprised. He had a high cultivation level and had used a secret technique to check on Lin Xian. He did not expect to find nothing. Interesting young man. The gray-robed old man looked at Lin Xian a few more times. Greetings, uncle. Lin Xian cupped his hands and greeted. On the side, Tong Lan said to the gray-robed old man, Uncle Chung, this young hero Lin is from the Cloud region. He passed by the forest and saved us. Cloud region? The gray-robed old man had a trace of vigilance in his eyes, but he did not show it. "Thank you for your help. Lan, bring young hero Lin to rest." Tong Lan nodded. "Brother Lin, this way, please." With that, he brought Lin Xian to the other side. Tong Lan brought Lin Xian to an exquisite courtyard. After chatting for a while, they left. Lin Xian entered the room and used his soul power to observe carefully. Only then did he relax. He had to be careful when he was outside. Moreover, he saw a trace of vigilance in the gray-robed old man's eyes. This made his heart tremble. After resting for a while, Lin Xian took out a pouch. He was slightly dazed. He could still hear the moving voice in his ears. Sky Martial Region, Flying Sky Pavilion. Lin Xian realized that he knew too little about this world. At the very least, he had never heard of the Sky Martial Region. "Xiao Xuanzi, don't think about it." Lord Alcohol's voice sounded. "You can't go to the Sky Martial Region with your current strength. Wait until you are stronger." "Lord Alcohol, where is the Sky Martial Region? Is it very far?" Lin Xian was unwilling to give up. "The Xia country you live in belongs to the Tianan region, located at the border of the continent. The Sky Martial region is in the center of the continent. Its strength far surpasses the Tianan region. That child's identity is probably not ordinary. If you want to find her, you have to at least reach the spirit realm." "The world is so big," Lin Xian sighed. Right now, he really felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. "After entering my family's ancestral land, I must go out and train." Lin Xian made up his mind. "It's not that I want to put you down. With your current strength and foundation, you can dominate the Xia country in a few years. But once you leave the Xia country, you are nothing." Lord Alcohol said mercilessly. "Ah." Lin Xian was stunned. He was unconvinced. Is there such a huge difference? He now had the Wind Thearchus sword, the Great Dragon sword seal, and had comprehended sword intent. He was very confident, so he obviously didn't agree with Lord Alcohol. "Think about that girl. She is about the same age as you and has already entered the spirit realm. If it wasn't for the suppression of cultivation in the trial of blood, brats like you wouldn't even be a match for her." Lord Alcohol snorted coldly. Lin Xian calmed down. Lord Alcohol was right. In terms of cultivation, he was far inferior to Xinjingqiu. Could it be that the people of the Sky Martial region were all so abnormal? He realized that he still had a long way to go. If you want to become stronger, you need resources in addition to talent. Otherwise, by the time you reach the spirit realm, she would have already entered a higher realm. "I want to become stronger." Lin Xian didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to stand at the peak of the world and enjoy the beautiful scenery. You can't become stronger just by shouting. I've said it before. With your current foundation, you can only dominate the Xia country in a few years. Then what should I do? Lin Xian asked. "The Great Dragon Sword can make you an expert and fulfill your dreams," Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he recalled the legend of the Great Dragon Sword. Rather than calling the Great Dragon Sword Divine Sword, it's more like an offensive sacred art. With the Great Dragon Sword, you will have the chance to become the strongest in the world. Furthermore, you have the Great Dragon Sword seal, so you have a great advantage over others. Chapter 150. But where is the Great Dragon Sword? Lin Xian was puzzled. There's no rush. It's fine as long as you have the intention. After your family's matter is settled, we will look for it. Lord Alcohol smiled mysteriously. Lin Xian calmed down. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to take it one step at a time. Don't worry. I will definitely find the Great Dragon Sword. Lin Xian's voice was firm. Lord Alcohol smiled in satisfaction. Now, focus on increasing your strength. Your soul power should be enough to learn inscriptions. Inscriptions? Lin Xian was delighted. He had seen the power of inscriptions, be it the spirit wine or the bronze gloves. They had extraordinary effects. First, form the soul seal, Lord Alcohol said. With the great dragon sword seal, it should be easier for you to condense it. Set up the room. Don't be disturbed during the process. Following Lord Alcohol's instructions, Lin Xian took out the crimson flame sword and stabbed it into the ground. Activate the second rune on it, Lord Alcohol instructed. Lin Xian found the second rune, and his soul power slowly surged out. The first rune can produce 10 times the gravity. What's the effect of the second rune? He was looking forward to it. Buzz. The rune was activated, producing a halo that rapidly spread out. The dense ripples formed a sword-shaped pattern that hit on the ground and disappeared. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable force protecting him, preventing him from being disturbed. Empty your mind and condense your soul power according to my instructions, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to condense his first soul seal. Outside in the Tong family, Uncle Cheng told the elders of the clan about the ink spirit flower. After hearing the news, the elders were excited. With the ink spirit flower and the things we have prepared, Master Hong will take action, right? As long as he takes action, Chen Er's injuries will definitely be healed. Let's begin the preparations, the patriarch of the Tong family said in a deep voice. While the elders were discussing, Tong Lan, Tong Yu, and the rest of the younger generation were cheering. Brother Chen's injury will definitely be healed. Tong Yu waved her little fist. That's right. If Brother Chen wasn't injured, I'm afraid he would already be in the top 50 of the hidden dragon roll. Tong Lan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Tong Chen was the #1 genius of the Tong family. He was 20 years old and ranked 68th on the hidden dragon rank. He had a bright future ahead of him. But half a year ago, this genius of the Tong clan was assassinated. Not only was he heavily injured and almost died, he was also poisoned. This poison was extremely overbearing. The elders of the Tong clan could only stabilize the poison and were unable to completely remove it. And the one who had this ability was Master Hong in the city. Master Hong was a level 1 inscription master, and the pills he refined were exceptionally precious. It could be said that they were hard to find even with money. Furthermore, the conditions for him to make a move were extremely harsh. Now the Tong family finally gathered everything and could invite Grandmaster Hong. Just as everyone was celebrating, a group of uninvited guests came to the Tong residence. Tong Lan and that Lin brat, get the hell out here. A loud roar reverberated through almost half of the Tong residence. One could imagine how strong the person's spiritual energy was. Who is it? Many disciples of the Tong clan had a drastic change in expression as they ran outside. The Tong clan was considered a force in Guangning City. Usually, no one dared to behave atrociously. Now, this clamor had angered the Tong clan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures ran out. Most of them were from the younger generation. Tong Lan and Tong Yu also followed the crowd. Bang! With a loud bang, a disciple of the Tong clan retreated with a pale face. What happened? Tong Lan supported the disciple who was retreating. Brother Lan, you're finally here. The Tong clan is here to cause trouble. A group of disciples of the Tong clan chattered furiously. It turned out that after they came out, they realized that the clamor was from the Tong clan. The two clans were originally not on good terms, so they fought as soon as they met. But this time, the Tong clan sent their elites. They were not people that ordinary disciples could deal with. Tong Lan, you're finally here. Where's that brat? The Tong clan was extremely arrogant. Hand over that Lin brat and the ink spirit flower, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, the Tong clan will be in trouble. Song Yuan, I'm afraid you're not qualified. Tong Lan said coldly. Is that so? What if I'm included? A cold-looking young man walked out from the Tong clan. He had a playful look on his face as he looked at the Tong clan members casually. Songlei, it's you. Tong Lan's pupil shrank. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Songlei was also a martial artist in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon Roll. His ranking was even higher than Song Qi's. He was ranked 74th. It could be said that he was the second most powerful person in the Tsang clan. In terms of the younger generation, the Qing prefecture's strength was much higher than the Yun prefecture. For example, Zheng Jun and the others who were ranked high in the Yun prefecture were nothing here. After all, Zheng Jun was only ranked in the 90s. He was far from being a match for Songlei and Tonglan. Tonglan, hand him over. You're not my match. Songlei had a playful look on his face. Brother Lin is our savior. If you want him, you'll have to go through me first. Tonglan drew his sword and his aura became fierce. Haha, sword force? It's useless against me. Songlei was very powerful. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano. Blue electric arcs wrapped around his body. In terms of cultivation, you're not my match. In terms of aura, my lightning fist force is much stronger than your sword force. What are you going to use to fight me? Cut the crap. Tong Lan's face darkened as he thrust his sword forward. The sword Qi was like a rainbow as it slashed towards Songlei. Thunder Tyrant Fist. Songlei shouted. The blue electric arcs on his body jumped and surged to his fist. He threw out a punch that was like a thunderbolt. The electric arcs flashed and flowed in all directions. Ka! Ka! The sword Qi that was dozens of feet long was shattered by the punch. The scene was shocking and frightening. Traceless flowing water. Tonglan wasn't angry that his attack didn't hit. His sword swayed and his sword technique changed. The sword shadows were continuous and covered the sky. It was like a surging river that was mighty and endless. Break! Songlei sneered and threw out a punch. The sword radiance flashed and formed a light screen in the sky. It was like a waterfall that hung upside down and blocked the lightning fist. Thunderbolt explosion. The blue electric arcs on his fist exploded and collided with the light screen, causing thousands of ripples. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out like water waves. Everyone retreated. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale and felt uncomfortable. Whoosh! Tonglan landed on the ground and retreated a dozen steps before she could stabilize her body. Songlei stood proudly opposite him with a disdainful expression. Tonglan, I've already given you enough face. If you don't hand him over, don't blame me for being rude. The disciples of the Tsang family clamored while the Tong family was silent. Tonglan had lost and they were upset. In the distance, a group of elders looked out of the door and sighed. Sigh, Tonglan is still lacking. If only Tongqin was here, the Tsang family wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Humph. Tongqin's injury is definitely related to the Tsang family. After Qin recovers, we'll settle the score with them. An elder snorted. What's with the Lin family that they mentioned? The Tong family head asked in a deep voice. Tonglan and the others met him in the forest. I heard that he saved Tonglan and the others. Uncle Chung said respectfully. Oh. The elders were confused. They didn't know that Tonglan and the others were in danger. Chapter 151. Tell me in detail, the Tong family head said in a low voice. Uncle Cheng told them everything he knew. When the elders heard that the Tsang family disciple made a move, they were all furious. You're saying that this youth called Lin Xian not only killed a Tier 4 beast, but also heavily injured Song Ji and Song Qi. He's really in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Impossible! How could such a genius appear in a backward place like Cloud Prefecture? The elders obviously didn't believe it, because this wasn't something a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier could do. Don't jump to conclusions. The Tong family head said in a low voice, although he was born in Cloud Prefecture, he might have a powerful master, Master? What kind of master could there be in Cloud Prefecture? Some elders were disdainful. He might not be from Cloud Prefecture, the Tong family had said. Some masters like to wander around, so it's not impossible for them to go to Cloud Prefecture. Ask Lin Xian to come out, the Tong family had said. Uncle Cheng's body flashed, turning into a ray of light and dashing towards the inner court. The elders stood where they were, and many of them snorted inwardly. I'd like to see what kind of youth he is, boasting so much. With Uncle Cheng's skills, it didn't take long for him to arrive at Lin Xian's residence. Uncle Cheng was surprised as he felt a special presence in the room. He took a few steps forward and pushed the door open, only to find another force blocking him. Array. Uncle Cheng was even more surprised. He didn't expect a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier to have such a brilliant array. Could he really have a master behind him? Uncle Cheng hesitated, not daring to make a move. With a defensive array, the person inside must be cultivating. If he made a move, he might disturb Lin Xian and cause him to suffer a backlash. If it was before, a backlash would be nothing. In front of the family's crisis, the sacrifice of a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier was nothing. However, there might be an old monster behind Lin Xian now, and if he offended him, it might bring great danger to the family. I'd better leave this kind of danger to the Tsang family. Uncle Cheng retreated, planning to leave. Creak! Just as he was about to leave, the door opened. Young Hero Lin. Uncle Cheng shouted in shock as he turned around. Lin Xian cupped his hands and smiled. He had just completed the soul seal when he sensed Uncle Cheng's presence. Thus he walked out. May I know why Senior is looking for me? Lin Xian asked. Uncle Cheng looked at the young man in front of him and exclaimed in his heart. He could no longer see through this young man. Just yesterday, he had been able to sense Lin Xian's cultivation and aura through a secret technique. But now he couldn't detect any information. Lin Xian sensed Uncle Cheng's probing and smiled faintly, not saying anything. After condensing the soul seal, his soul power had improved again. He had reached the level of a first-grade inscription master. As long as he was willing, ordinary people would not be able to see any information about him, unless the other party also cultivated soul force, or if the other party's cultivation level was far higher than his, they would not be able to see it. With a thought, Lin Xian displayed the cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Sensing the change in Lin Xian's body, Uncle Cheng took a deep breath and said, "The family head invites you over." Me. Lin Xian was slightly dazed. "It's about the Tsang family," Uncle Cheng explained. Lin Xian nodded. He followed behind Uncle Cheng and used his soul power to scan the surroundings. When he was halfway there, he sensed something outside the door. Instantly, his expression changed. Uncle Cheng, Tonglan, and the others are in danger. After Lin Xian said this, his body flashed and he quickly left. Martial artists in the spiritual ocean tier did not cultivate soul force. Only those like Lin Xian, who cultivated inscriptions, would be able to do so. After entering the 3 spirit realms, martial artists would start to cultivate soul force. However, without special methods, soul force would not be especially powerful. Moreover, as Lin Xian's cultivation and vision widened, he had a deeper understanding of martial artists. For example, although Uncle Cheng's aura was powerful, he was still in the spiritual ocean tier and had not entered the 3 spirit realms. Even Black Sky Sect had many elders who had not entered the 3 spirit realms. Only a small number of people had entered the 3 spirit realms. Uncle Cheng could not sense the situation outside, so he could only follow behind Lin Xian. Outside the Tong family, Tonglan retreated again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Haha, you're really trash." Songlei laughed. "No one in your Tong family can fight." "Humph, if Brother Chin was here, you wouldn't have the chance to be so presumptuous." Tong Yu supported Tonglan and said angrily, "Tong Chin, he's just a poison trash." Sang Lei laughed wildly. Even if he's fine now, he's no match for my brother. Nonsense. Tong Yu shouted. If Brother Chen wasn't injured, your brother would definitely be looking for his teeth on the ground. You're courting death. Sang Lei was furious and threw out a punch. His brother Tsang Bao and Tong Chen were known as the two heroes of Guangning City, but Tong Chen was always better than his brother. Ever since Tong Chen was injured, his brother's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he became the number one in the younger generation of Guangning City. And now the Tong family used that sick person to suppress his brother. How could he not be angry? Whoosh! This punch was accompanied by berserk lightning as it came crashing down with a loud bang. Tong Yu's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual sea realm and could not resist at all. Tong Lan, who was at the side, suffered internal injuries and could not take this violent punch. The disciples of the Tsang family crossed their arms and sneered, while the disciples of the Tong family were anxious. Some of the weaker ones even covered their eyes. In the distance, the elders of the Tong family who were watching secretly changed their expressions. Some of them could not help but want to make a move. At this moment, a golden light appeared in front of everyone and rushed towards the thunder and lightning fist. Boom! With a loud bang, thunder and lightning surged out and crackled. The blue energy swept out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everywhere it passed, it was scorched black. Crackle! Crackle! Tong Yu covered her mouth with a shocked expression. Tong Lan, who was at the side, was pressed down by a hand. He did not need to make a move because someone was standing in front of him. Brother Lin, Brother Lin. Tong Lan cried out in surprise. The disciples of the Tong family opened their eyes, while the disciples of the Tsang family in the distance were in a mess. Sang Lei's pupil shrank. The power of his punch was broken, and the thunder and lightning did not have any effect at all. This was something that had never happened since he started cultivating. In front of him, a hand cut his wrist, and the power of his punch landed on the ground beside him. There was a big black hole there, and the bottom could not be seen. Sang Lei raised his head and saw a handsome young man looking at him with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Sang Lei gritted his teeth and asked, "Lin Xian." The voice was very calm. "What? You are Lin Xian?" Sang Lei was shocked. He looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. In his opinion, someone who could defeat Sang Qi and the others must be an old man. However, the person in front of him was very young, and his cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual sea realm. Chapter 152. Lin Xian's appearance shocked everyone, especially the Tsang family disciples, who were all dumbfounded. Sang Lei felt Lin Xian's cultivation, and a ball of anger ignited in his heart. When did the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier become so powerful? Or did this kid hide his cultivation? He didn't know, but he couldn't lose to a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If so, he wouldn't be able to survive in Guangning City anymore. Thunder explosion. Sang Lei suddenly attacked, and powerful thunder and lightning surged out of his body, covering everything nearby. Rumble! Within 3 zhang, it turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Luckily, the other disciples ran fast, or else they would be in trouble. Tong Yu and Tong Lan were pushed out by Lin Xian with spiritual power and landed far away. Crack! Blue thunder and lightning instantly covered Lin Xian and Sang Lei. How could they not die after being pierced by this thunder and lightning? Seeing this, the Tsang family disciples all breathed a sigh of relief and became arrogant again. In the sea of thunder, Sang Lei was bathed in thunder and lightning, like a thunder god. He looked down at Lin Xian and said with disdain, "The defense of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier can't block my sea of thunder." Die! The thunder and lightning exploded, forming a terrifying ball of energy. The spiritual power of a normal martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't form a thick spiritual power armor. But Lin Xian cultivated the art of long life, and the spiritual power in his body was much purer than a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He was even stronger than a normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This was the benefit of a high-level cultivation method, and this benefit would become more obvious as the cultivation increased. On the other hand, Lin Xian had golden thunder and lightning in his body, which was of higher quality than the blue thunder and lightning. Playing with thunder and lightning in front of him was like showing off in front of an expert. Everyone looked at the sea of thunder anxiously. They couldn't go forward with such terrifying energy. They could only wait anxiously. Among them, the most anxious were Tong Yu and Tong Lan. Lin Xian had saved them more than once, and they couldn't repay this kindness, so they could only pray secretly. In the distance, the elder of the Tong family looked at the blue sea of thunder and frowned. "I'm afraid that little brat won't be able to withstand such power." Most of these elders were peak spirit sea realm experts, and some of them had even reached half-step harmonious spirit realm. However, only the head of the Tong family had reached the harmonious spirit realm. His eyes were like two beams of divine light, as if they could see through everything. "No, he's still alive." The head of the Tong clan said in a deep voice. "What?" The group of elders were shocked and looked into the distance in disbelief. However, they hadn't reached the harmonious spirit realm, so they couldn't see what was going on inside. A moment later, the sea of lightning dissipated and everything became clear. A terrifying black hole appeared on the ground, and black smoke rose from its edges. There was also a terrifying aura flowing above it. "What?" Songlei was the first to hand it over. He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, barking crazily. Everyone looked over anxiously, wanting to know what had happened. He saw two people standing on the charred ground in front of him, completely unharmed. Songlei looked horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood there with a smile on his face, as if he hadn't experienced the sea of lightning. How is this possible? He's completely fine? That's lightning, one of the most powerful forces. The disciples of the Tsang clan felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. It's fine if Songlei is fine. After all, he was the one who released the lightning. But that kid with the surname Lin is also fine. They can't accept it. What the F***CK? What the F***CK? The people of the Tong clan exclaimed. The elders looked at each other in confusion. They looked at the Tong clan. Only the Tong clan knew what had happened. The head of the Tong clan took a deep breath and said slowly, "He's also a lightning element warrior, and the quality of his lightning is higher than Songlei's." Hiss! All the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was Songlei? He was the number 2 of the younger generation of the Tsang clan, the elite of Guangning City. Not only was his cultivation base powerful, but he also had the powerful Tsang clan behind him. As far as they knew, Songlei was cultivating a spirit rank martial art, and it was a classic lightning element martial art, Thunder Tyrant Fist. There was only one martial art of this level in the Tong clan, and only the head of the Tong clan could cultivate it. One could imagine how precious it was. However, the young man with the surname Lin was able to suppress Songlei in terms of lightning. It was unbelievable. Impossible. Songlei roared. He knew the power of the Thunder Tyrant Fist. However, the young man in front of him was fine. Thunderbolt firmament. Blue lightning pierced through his body and condensed into a thunderbird. It spread its wings and charged at Lin Xian. Triple mountain suppressing hand. Lin Xian struck out with both hands, and the shadow of a mountain appeared on his palms. The 2 palms overlapped, and 6 mountains appeared in the air. Moreover, there were golden lightning arcs circling around the mountains, emitting a power that made one's heart palpitate. Roar! The blue thunderbird saw the golden lightning and let out a trembling cry. Go! Lin Xian struck out with both palms, and it was as if a giant mountain was pressing down. Golden lightning! Tsang Lei almost bit his tongue. He felt the lightning in his body, roaring and trembling. Boom! 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 The blue thunderbird let out a miserable cry and was shattered by the 6 mountains, turning into nothingness. Tsang Lei's face paled, and he took a few steps back. He knew that he couldn't take Lin Xian away today. The latter's lightning was of a higher grade than his. He couldn't accept it for a while. I'll be at a disadvantage if I stay here. Tsang Lei's eyes flashed, and he made a prompt decision. Kid, I'll remember you. We'll fight again in the future. Tsang Lei snorted coldly, then left with the Tsang family disciples. The Tong family disciples were a little dazed, not daring to believe the reality in front of them. The Tsang family members came aggressively, but were chased away by a young man in the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This situation was like a dream, too unreal. In the distance, the few elders of the Tong clan also sighed heavily. What do you think? The Tong family had asked. Strong. Although his cultivation is low, his power is super strong. I estimate that he can be ranked 70 or so on the hidden dragon roll. Not necessarily. He only used lightning to suppress Tsang Lei. His real power is definitely not as strong as Tsang Lei. There were also elders who disagreed. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's performance shocked them. Brother Lin. Tong Lan clutched her chest and walked over, her face pale, not knowing what to say. On the side, Tong Yu's face was red, unusually excited. Big Brother Lin, you're so strong. Uncle Chung. Tong Lan turned around and saw the gray-robed old man walking over. Young Hero Lin, the family head invites you, Uncle Chung said with a smile. Senior, please. Lin Xian didn't put on airs, but was very humble, appearing very polite. Uncle Chung smiled and led the way, while Lin Xian and the others followed behind. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, and he walked with a smile. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and all the muscles in his body tightened. After cultivating the soul mark, his senses were very sensitive, far surpassing normal martial artists. But now his whole body was stiff, as if he was in great danger, but he couldn't find the source of the danger. He used all his soul power, and the great dragon sword mark rumbled in his mind, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. Under his all-out investigation, he finally found the source of the danger. Lin Xian subconsciously turned around and looked into the distance. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly. Chapter 153. Lin Xian's gaze pierced through the crowd and looked behind him. In the corner, there was a green-haired man with a sneer on his face. His eyes were glowing with a faint green light. Although Lin Xian had never seen this person before, he was very familiar with his aura. The green-haired man's aura was the same as the aura of the bronze coffin at the bottom of the blood-colored palace. Could it be that the person in the coffin is alive? Lin Xian's expression was uncertain. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Tong Yu asked. Nothing. Lin Xian regained his composure. When he turned around again, he realized that the green-haired man was gone. Suppressing his doubts, he followed the crowd into the Tong residence. There was a group of elders in front of him. Most of them were looking at him. Greetings, seniors. Lin Xian bowed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. May I know where young Hero Lin is from? An elder asked. Yun State's Black Heaven sect, Lin Xian replied. The elders looked at each other in disbelief, but they did not expose him. Thank you for your help today, young Hero Lin. Lin Xian chatted with the elders of the Tong family. He realized that the elders were trying to find out his identity from time to time. However, Lin Xian insisted that he was a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, so they could do nothing about it. In the end, they could not get any more information out of him, so they let Lin Xian go. Phew! Lin Xian returned to his room and heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the Tong family wanted to establish a relationship with the mysterious master behind him. He did have a mysterious master, but that was his secret. He would never let anyone know about it. However, that was not what he was worried about. What he was most worried about was the green-haired man. His greedy gaze made his hair stand on end. Lord Alcohol, what was that? Lin Xian asked. It didn't look like a living thing. The death aura on him was very strong. It's best if you don't fight him with your current strength. Lin Xian nodded and began to consolidate his strength, especially since he had just condensed a soul seal. He was still not very familiar with it. Your soul mark is formed with the great dragon sword mark as the foundation. It has great potential and needs to be nurtured well. Lord Alcohol said slowly. I'll teach you some simple inscriptions first. Lin Xian focused and carefully felt the inscriptions imparted by Lord Alcohol. After a while, his soul surged. He gently lifted his finger and slowly put it down. A simple rune appeared in the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards it. It was just 3 simple strokes, but they contained a mysterious power. Lin Xian practiced over and over again. Bright spots appeared in the air one after another, forming countless vortexes of spirit energy. In the end, he was finally able to draw it in one go. Although it was just 3 simple lines, they contained the profound principles of heaven and earth. Ordinary people could not draw it at all. This was an introductory practice for an inscription master. An ordinary inscription would take 1 or 2 months to successfully complete, but Lin Xian had only used a few hours to smoothly complete it. This kind of talent could be said to be abnormal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Using his soul power for a long period of time had made him dizzy. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Xian took out a cup of spirit wine and slowly drank it. His soul power needed about 2 hours to fully recover. During this time, Lin Xian cultivated the longevity art. A day passed quickly. The next day, Lin Xian pushed open the door and went out. He wanted to buy some herbs and begin learning how to refine spirit wine. He also wanted to see if there were any good weapons. He had about 100 middle-grade spirit stones, 3 boxes of inferior-grade spirit stones, and a profound-ranked saber on him. This amount of wealth was indeed pitifully small. Fortunately, Lin Xian's early cultivation relied on the spirit wine refined by Lord Alcohol, so there was not much danger. However, as his cultivation increased, he would need more and more resources. Otherwise, he would definitely fall behind the disciples of the large sections. When he learned how to refine spirit wine, he would be able to earn money. Lin Xian was not worried about the future. In fact, he was filled with anticipation. He shuttled through the corridor with a leisurely expression. There seemed to be many people in front of him. Is the Tsang family looking for trouble again? Lin Xian was puzzled. However, he soon discovered that it was not the case. Instead, a group of people were surrounding an old man and walking towards the inner court. Lin Xian was curious. He felt a familiar soul fluctuation from the old man in embroidered clothes. Could it be an inscription master? His heart skipped a beat. He did not expect to see someone of the same profession so soon. It's indeed an inscription master, said Lord Alcohol. A peak first grade is far from what a dabbler like you can compare to. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I only learned it for 1 night. Lin Xian looked around and walked over. Uncle Chung, he called out with a smile. So, it's young Hero Lin. Uncle Ching turned to look at Lin Xian from behind the crowd. Who's that senior? Lin Xian looked curious. That's Master Hong, an inscription master, Uncle Chung explained, but he did not elaborate further. Inscription master, Lin Xian muttered. Uncle Chung, I'll leave you to it. I'll go out for a walk. After bidding farewell to Uncle Cheng, Lin Xian left Tong Manor and walked along the street. Are there many types of inscription masters and inscription masters? Lin Xian asked Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. In the beginning, there were no differences. However, most people have limited energy, so it's impossible to master all of them. Therefore, there are different branches. They are generally divided into medicine, artifact, and array. Among them, medicine is the most developed and forms the most complete system. Lin Xian listened to Lord Alcohol's explanation as he walked quickly. He learned that inscription masters and inscription masters were the titles given to people who had condensed a soul seal. As for those who had not condensed a soul seal, they were called alchemists, blacksmiths, or artificers. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference in status and strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Not long after, he arrived at the bustling area of the city. Among them, the largest and most populated one was the tens of thousands Treasure Tower. This was a huge business alliance that had businesses in all the states of China. Although it was a little expensive, it had a reliable reputation. Lin Xian handed over 10 inferior-grade spirit stones and walked in. The hall was resplendent with people coming and going. The atmosphere was very lively. Lin Xian began to buy herbs according to Lord Alcohol's list. He had just started cultivating, so the herbs he needed weren't very precious. Therefore, it wasn't troublesome to buy them. Soon he collected everything. What's this? Lin Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances at the exquisite booklet on the cabinet. Hidden Dragon Roll. The 3 words inlaid in gold were flamboyant and flamboyant. They faintly emitted a fighting spirit. You can only read this after purchasing it. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Xian looked up and saw a beautiful maidservant standing behind the cabinet. "One set," Lin Xian said. "All right, 50 inferior-grade spirit stones," the maidservant said. Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't expect a roster to be so expensive. It really didn't make any sense. He handed over the spirit stones, picked up a book, and slowly opened it. There were a total of 100 young elites recorded in it. There were annotations beside each name, the battle records, and the ultimate techniques that the warriors were good at were rather detailed. I didn't expect someone to be able to collect such complete information. It's really extraordinary. Lin Xian praised. If what was written was true, then the person who wrote this book was truly impressive. This was written by the Heaven Secrets Pavilion. Don't tell me you don't know. A disdainful voice sounded from the side. Chapter 154. Lin Xian indeed did not know. He shook his head and looked to the side. Not far away from him stood a few men and women. Judging from their attire, they should be disciples of a sect. Among them, a young lady had a graceful figure and a pretty face. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her expression. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the young lady lifted her chin and snorted. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Lin Xian sighed in his heart. The young lady's innate sense of superiority made him uncomfortable. "I really haven't seen a beauty," Lin Xian said plainly. "You." The young lady was furious. She glared at Lin Xian fiercely. This kid dared to say that she wasn't a beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1,000 Treasure Tower forbade fighting, she would have beaten this despicable kid to the ground. "Kid, what are you saying? What's with that look?" The few people behind the young lady couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. "Shut up!" One of the young men shouted. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. "Brother, please don't be offended. They haven't left the mountain much and are a little straightforward." This young man was cultured and elegant. He looked like a spring breeze, making it hard for one to dislike him. "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. "We're disciples of the White Feather Sect. My name is Wen Su. How should I address you?" The young man smiled. "Lin Xian, disciple of the Cloud State." Cloud State? The few disciples of the White Feather Sect had a strange expression. The young lady among them sneered. "Tisk, just disciples of a first-grade sect." The 3 sects of the Cloud State were first-grade sects, which was slightly lower in Xia country. The White Feather sect was a second-grade sect of the Green State and was extremely powerful. When Sue turned around and glared at the young lady, he then smiled apologetically. "So it's Brother Lin. Nice to meet you. I wonder what kind of existence the Divine Mysteries Pavilion is." Lin Xian asked. "The origin of the Divine Mysteries Pavilion is mysterious. However, everything they do is extremely accurate. Take the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, for example. There were people who weren't convinced by the rankings and went to challenge them. The results proved that the rankings on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard were correct." "So miraculous." Lin Xian was greatly surprised. "But you're losing out by buying this Hidden Dragon leaderboard now," when Sue said, "Why?" "On the 15th of every month, a new version of the Hidden Dragon ranking will be printed, and the rankings on it will also change. Today is the 13th. There will be new ones in 2 days. Will the rankings change a lot?" Lin Xian casually flipped through the book. Of course I will." The girl at the back snorted. "Our senior brother went from the 53rd place to the 47th place this month." Lin Xian didn't mind the girl's tone. Instead, he nodded slightly. It seemed like the competition for the rankings was very intense. He then looked at Lin Feng, who was ranked 5th. "I wonder if this fellow's ranking will change?" As if sensing the change in Lin Xian, when Sue said the change in the rankings this time should be quite big. It said that Lin Feng, ranked 5th, broke through again and reached the 6th celestial layer of spiritual ocean. A few days ago, he fought against Jin Lai Tian, ranked 3rd. But no one knows what the result is. The other change is Lung Yidao from the Snow-Seeking sect. He directly went from the 21st place to the 8th place. His strength is amazing. The Snow-Seeking sect can be said to have double happiness. Lin Xian slowly exhaled. It seemed that not only was he improving, but everyone was also improving. What else is there to celebrate in the Snow-Seeking sect? Lin Xian asked casually. He didn't think much about it. "You don't know?" They all looked strange. Lin Xian touched his nose. "I just came out of the mountains. The Snow-Seeking sect has been promoted to a 3rd-rank sect. They will hold a celebration next month. At that time, all the sects and families will go." 3rd-rank sect. Lin Xian's pupils shrank slightly. 3rd-rank sects were already the most powerful forces in the Xia. They had peerless masters in the spirit transformation realm behind them. It could be said that no one dared to bully them. It seems that the Xiantian sect will also go to the Snow Province. Lin Xian thought. He originally wanted to go back to the Xiantian sect, but now it seemed that he only needed to go to the Snow Province. "Maybe I'll meet people from my family." Lin Xian sighed. As one of the top forces in the Xia, the Sword Pool Mansion would definitely send people there. "I have to leave in advance." He wanted to go to the Snow Province to inquire about the news. It was Lin Feng's idea to drive him out of the Sword Pool Mansion. At that time, the situation was special. His grandfather was in seclusion and his father was trapped in a dangerous place. Although there were other people in his family, without the 2 main forces, they couldn't compete with Lin Feng's family. "I don't know how grandfather is." He was nervous. And father, with the improvement of Lin Xian's cultivation and vision, he increasingly felt that his father was not dead. The answer to all this should be in the ancestral land of the family. Before his father left, he had mentioned the ancestral land more than once and asked Lin Xian to go there. 1 more year. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. The ancestral land of the family would open in a year, and he had to go in. After saying goodbye to Wen Su, Lin Xian walked back. "Brother Wen, he's just a country bumpkin. Why do you care about him?" The arrogant girl said unhappily. "You guys, behave yourselves when you're outside." Wen Su lectured. "This world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Some seemingly weak people could very well take your lives." Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm, when Su intuitively felt the horror of Lin Xian's body. This was something he couldn't explain, but this feeling had saved his life. However, the girl and the others behind him obviously didn't believe him. They all had disdainful smiles on their faces. He shook his head, sighed, and ignored them. When Lin Xian returned to the Tong mansion, Master Hong had already left. However, the people in the Tong mansion were obviously much happier. Many of them had smiles on their faces. Lin Xian secretly used his soul power and eavesdropped on the conversations of others. He found out that the genius of the Tong mansion was poisoned, but was cured by Master Hong. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood and returned to his room. When night fell, he took out the crimson flame sword and activated the array on it to seal the room. Then he took out the herbs he bought during the day from his storage ring and spread them on the table. Okay, today I'll teach you how to refine spirit wine. Lord Alcohol's voice sounded. Refining spirit wine requires 3 types of inscriptions. The first is the purification inscription. The second is the fusion inscription. And the third is the refinement inscription. As long as you master these 3 types of inscriptions, you'll be able to refine spirit wine. Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. However, spirit wines of different attributes require different inscriptions. Now, I'll teach you the simplest type. Lin Xian followed Lord Alcohol's instructions and began to draw in the air. Lin Xian saw the glowing lines flowing out, and gradually, a strange inscription appeared in the air. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw a stalk of spirit grass toward the inscription in the air. When the stalk of spirit grass came into contact with the inscription in the air, it began to disintegrate and soon formed a ball of liquid. The inscription slowly rotated, and some black impurities were removed. In the end, only a ball of liquid the size of a longan was left. It was crystal clear and floated in the air. Chapter 155. Lin Xian used this method to purify the remaining spirit herbs. Several lumps of crystal clear liquid floated in the air, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Next is the fusion, Lord Alcohol said. Then he handed Lin Xian an inscription. This was a rather complicated inscription. It was 2 to 3 times more difficult than the purification inscription. Lin Xian focused his mind and calmed his breathing. He operated his soul force with all his strength, and finally, after failing once, he succeeded in drawing the fusion inscription. Several lumps of crystal clear liquid were guided by him as they slowly gathered and fused. This process was very slow and consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian's forehead was covered in sweat. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were shining. Finally, the liquid successfully gathered together. Finally, it's the refinement, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lin Xian drew an inscription as the fist-sized liquid kept churning. Impurities were squeezed out once again. A strange fragrance gradually appeared in the air, becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Xian took out a wine flask and filled it with the spiritual liquid in the air. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. This was his first time refining, so he wasn't very familiar with the technique. Furthermore, he had consumed more than half of his soul power and spirit power. He was very tired. Lord Alcohol gave a rare smile. You succeeded on your first try. Your talent is not bad. Lin Xian picked up the wine flask and took a sip before smiling bitterly. Compared to what Lord Alcohol had refined, it was far inferior. It seems like I still need to practice more. Lin Xian placed the wine flask to the side and began meditating to recover. He practiced in his room for the entire day. During this period, Tong Lan came once and left when she realized that she couldn't enter the room. The next day, Lin Xian went out to bid farewell to the Tong family. He wanted to head to the Snow Province. With his speed and his cultivation along the way, it would take him about a month to arrive. Counting the days, it was the right time to leave. He found Tong Lan and prepared to bid farewell. Brother Lin, Tong Lan will remember your kindness. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Tong Lan said sincerely. Lin Xian waved his hand and left the Tong clan. He strolled around the city again, bought some things, and then left the city. With a map of Xia country in hand, Lin Xian checked the direction and began the arduous journey. According to his plan, most of the time he would take the mountain roads. This way he would be able to hunt some demonic beasts and search for spiritual herbs. He spent most of his time on cultivation, even when he was traveling. During this period he had killed many demonic beasts, but he had also been chased by demonic beasts. A rank 5 demon wolf chased him for 4 to 5 days and almost ate him. In the end, Lin Xian still managed to escape. At night, by the river, Lin Xian raised a fire and roasted 2 wild beasts, preparing to feast. Suddenly, the palpitating feeling appeared again, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him from the darkness. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had been targeted after all. Kid, use lightning. The eviline aura in his body is too strong. He's afraid of young objects. Lord Alcohol reminded him via voice transmission. Lin Xian stabbed his sword into the ground beside him. Then golden electric arcs appeared all over his body, crackling. Indeed, the mysterious green-haired man didn't step forward. He only stared at Lin Xian from afar. However, the danger wasn't eliminated. Lin Xian had to maintain his lightning to intimidate the green-haired man. As the sky gradually brightened, the strange green-haired man disappeared into the mountains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, his face somewhat pale. After releasing lightning for an entire night, even with his abundant spiritual energy, he had nearly collapsed. Thankfully, he had obtained plenty of spirit wine in the blood-colored heavenly palace. He drank a cup and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. Lin Xian's heart was heavy as he couldn't act alone anymore. After entering the snow province, the environment had changed drastically. The cold Yin aura was strong, and the green-haired man was likely to attack. He had to find someone to rely on to intimidate the green-haired man. Up ahead was the border city of Qingzhou. Let's go there first. Lin Xian put away the map and ran into the distance. The ancient town, the border city of Qingzhou, was close to the snow province. The climate here was very different from the central part of Qingzhou. It had become very cold. There was snow on the ground, and snowflakes were floating in the air. The pedestrians were all wearing thick animal fur coats. Lin Xian walked around the city in a thin robe, attracting the attention of some people. Very few people were like him. Even some warriors were wearing a beast skin coat. Lin Xian didn't want to attract attention, so he walked into a shop next to him. "Sir, please come in." The waiter welcomed Lin Xian in with a smile on his face. When he saw Lin Xian wearing so little, he knew business was coming. "Sir, the clothes in our shop are famous in the city. Some warriors in the Snow Province have come to buy them," the waiter said solemnly. "Judging from your appearance, you must be going to the Snow Province. Let me tell you, the Snow Province is too cold. It's not a place for people to live. I'll find you a thick coat. It's definitely warm." The waiter kept talking nonstop. "How do you know I'm going to the Snow Province?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Everyone in the world knows that the snow-seeking sect in the Snow Province has become a third-grade sect. All the martial artists are running in that direction. You are obviously a martial artist, so you must be going there as well. Lin Xian smiled and pointed to a snow-white bear fur coat. "I'll take this. Sir, you have good taste." The waiter's eyes lit up. "This coat is made of the fur of the rank 4 demonic beast, the white magic bear. It's definitely warm, and it has a certain defensive function." Rank 4 demonic beast. Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he could feel a strong aura from it. 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones, the waiter said with a smile. Lin Xian was not surprised. The fur of a rank 4 demonic beast was indeed expensive. There was a faint demonic aura on this white bear coat. Obviously, it was not handled well. The shop owner should know, so he only sold it for 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If it was normal, it should be worth 50,000 spiritual stones. After paying the spiritual stones, Lin Xian put on the white bear coat and left. As expected, it was much warmer after wearing it. Moreover, the skin of a rank 4 demonic beast could not be damaged by an ordinary martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, there was a faint demonic aura on this coat. If a martial artist wore it for a long time, it might damage his body. However, Lin Xian had a way to get rid of the demonic aura on it. Golden electric arcs surged on his body and covered the entire coat, as if it was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Traces of faint black qi gushed out and disappeared in the air. The demonic aura inside was removed by Lin Xian with the power of thunder and lightning. The entire coat became warmer, and its defensive power increased by a lot. Lin Xian's thunder and lightning grade was very high. At least the thunder and lightning produced by 2 spirit tier martial arts couldn't compare to his. This thunder and lightning came from Black Heaven sect guarding treasure, Cloud Thunder Mountain. It could be said to be exceptionally precious. Walking on the street, Lin Xian heard something that made him excited. 3 days later, an auction was going to be held here. It was said that there were many good things this time. Lin Xian had long wanted to auction off the dark tier saber on him. It seemed that this was a good opportunity. Chapter 156. It was still the auction, hosted by the Myriad Treasure Tower, scheduled to be held 3 days later. At this time, many martial artists already gathered in the city. Originally, they were all going to rush to the snow-seeking sect, but after hearing about the auction, they all stopped. Just 3 days, everyone did not lack this time. But if they missed the good stuff because of this, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Xian put on a loose black robe, covering his entire body. Then he headed to the Myriad Treasure Tower, preparing to sell the mystic rank treasure saber on him. A beautiful maidservant led him in and brought him to the treasure appraisal room. An old man sat there, and beside him was a beautiful woman. Lin Xian walked in, his entire body shrouded in the black robe, making people unable to see his true appearance. "I wonder what your distinguished self wants to sell?" the old man asked. He was not surprised by Lin Xian's attire. Many people did not want to show their true appearance to people. Lin Xian flicked his storage ring, and a fiery red long saber appeared in his hand. Immediately, the temperature in the entire room rose by a lot. Slightly revolving spiritual energy, the long saber trembled, emitting a dazzling saber light, and a heat wave gushed out. "This is..." The white-robed old man was surprised, and the young woman beside him also had a look of surprise. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian, seemingly wanting to see through him. But it was as if there was an invisible force blocking her gaze. "This is a mystic rank treasure." The white-robed old man stroked the saber body and said, "Wei Wei, go and invite old man Qiu over." The young woman nodded and glanced at Lin Xian again, then quickly walked out of the room. Before long, a red-robed old man walked in. The old man's hair was disheveled, and his body even reeked of alcohol. He did not look like an appraiser at all, but towards this drunkard-like old man, Lin Xian was vigilant in his heart. He felt a powerful soul undulation from the drunkard old man. This undulation was even more than Master Hong's. After the red-robed old man saw the fiery red long saber, his eyes lit up, and the smell of alcohol on his body also disappeared. "This is a good thing." The drunkard old man took the long saber and wiped it with his finger. An inscription appeared on it, flickering nonstop. "Low profound rank artifact." The red-robed old man nodded and said, "Moreover, it should be an ancient object. The inscription technique on it is somewhat different from the current one." After feeling it for a bit, the red-robed old man said, "It should be able to increase the attack by about 40%, and it also has the rare fire damage. I estimate that it can be sold for more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." the red-robed old man said. The starting price is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objections? Lin Xian shook his head and had no objections. He had asked Lord Alcohol, and with his own calculations, he felt that it was possible. It's like this. If the auction is successful, we will charge a 10% commission, the red-robed old man continued. Lin Xian agreed. Although it pained him a little, this was a rule that no one could avoid. Seeing that Lin Xian was so straightforward, the two old men were also happy. After the white-robed old man finished registering, he handed Lin Xian an information card. After the auction is over, you can use this token to collect the spirit stones. After saying that, he handed over a white token. This is a silver token. After the auction is successful, you will be a silver customer of our 10,000 treasure tower. With this token, the next time you auction something, the commission will only be 8%. Lin Xian reached out to take it and put it in his storage ring. His hands were slender, strong, and very young. The three people in the room were a little surprised. They did not expect the owner of the long saber to be so young. The white-robed old man subconsciously probed, but Lin Xian's body blocked him with a layer of energy. I was reckless, the white-robed old man said apologetically. He was indeed a little curious just now. However, the result of his probing made him even more curious. The black-robed man in front of him actually had a strong soul power. It's fine, Lin Xian said indifferently. If someone consigns a long sword treasure, can you inform me? No problem, the white-robed old man said. He knew that some people liked to trade below, which could save some trouble. Getting a response, Lin Xian turned around and left. Looking at Lin Xian's disappearing back view, the red-robed old man sighed in admiration. Soul power is pretty good. So young and has such soul power. Could he be the disciple of those few old fellows? Doesn't seem like it. Those few people all have arrogance on them. But this person is very steady, the red-robed old man said solemnly. Either way, he will still come. If possible, there's no harm in roping him in, the white-robed old man said. Leaving the 10,000 treasure tower, Lin Xian stayed in an inn and continued cultivating. When he was tired from practicing inscriptions, he would cultivate the longevity art. After his mind power recovered, he would practice inscriptions again. In a blink, 3 days already passed. He put on a black robe and walked towards the 10,000 treasure tower. Today, the people going to the 10,000 treasure tower were clearly much more. The streets appeared crowded. The 10,000 treasure tower's entrance was even more packed. Although it was crowded, in front of the 10,000 treasure tower, no one dared to fight. Lin Xian fished out the silver token and was received respectfully by the attendant inside. Under the envious gazes of countless people, he slowly walked in. Who is that person? He can actually walk through the special passageway. Quite a few people discussed animatedly. After Lin Xian walked in, there were still some people who entered through the special passageway. These people were all members of some major factions, their identities and statuses incomparably noble. After Lin Xian went in, he inquired about the consignment sale situation. In the end, he learned that there were indeed long swords and treasured artifacts to be auctioned, but private purchases were not accepted. Lin Xian heaved a sigh, then walked into the auction hall and found a place to sit down. Silver rank customers did not have the right to go to private rooms unless they advanced to gold rank. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xian quietly released his soul power and explored the entire venue. He was very cautious. Some crucial and important places he directly skipped over, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Through soul power, he sensed some familiar people. Among them, he discovered that the Tsang family's disciples had arrived. Tsang lay followed behind a young man with a cold expression, sitting in the middle position, while the other person was Master Hong. He entered the private room under the attendant's reception. It seemed that these people should be heading to Snow Province and stopped here on their way. Lin Xian secretly guessed. He closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his state to the best. Not long after, the sound of a drum sounded and spread throughout the hall. Suddenly, the auction hall quieted down, and everyone's eyes looked forward. There was a crystal auction table, and at this moment it was lit up. Everyone, thank you for giving us the honor to participate in our 1,000 Treasure Towers auction. There are indeed a lot of good things today. I hope everyone can return with satisfaction. The one who spoke was the white-robed old man that Lin Xian had seen before. He said with a smile, I believe everyone has some information about the items being auctioned this time, so I won't say much here. Next, we will auction our first item. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, a female attendant with a sexy figure in light clothes walked over with a jade plate. Chapter 157. The first item is the Jade Miracle Pill. This is a type of pill created by an inscription master. I believe everyone should be familiar with it. This pill can increase the spirit power of a Sea of Spirit realm martial artist. It is very pure, and martial artists only need to absorb it. The white-robed old man explained. Lin Xian understood that this pill could shorten the cultivation time and allow martial artists to quickly increase their cultivation in a short period of time. However, one couldn't eat too much of this pill. After all, it wasn't cultivated by oneself. No matter how pure it was, it still contained impurities. There are a total of 3 pills, and they will be auctioned separately. The white-robed old man obviously knew about this. He slowly said, the starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 1,000. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, the people below boiled with excitement. Most of the people present were martial artists in the Sea of Spirit realm. They needed this pill more than anything else. Immediately, many people began to bid. 12,000, 15,000, 18,000. Shouts came one after another. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated the temptation of this pill. For ordinary martial artists, the increase in their cultivation would greatly increase their strength. Perhaps they would be valued in the sect or have a higher chance of escaping during an adventure. In the end, the first Jade Miracle Pill was bought at the price of 22,000. As for the remaining 2 pills, they were sold for 20,000 and 24,000, respectively. 3 pills were sold for nearly 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was something that Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine before. The white-robed old man was also very satisfied with the price of the first item. The following matters went smoothly. Every item that appeared in the auction house was not ordinary. If there were no objections, it would be sold. Lin Xian didn't make a move. He didn't lack cultivation methods or pills, but he needed a sharp weapon. The auction proceeded slowly, and in 2 hours 7 items were sold. At this time, the white-robed old man on the auction stage said loudly, "The next item can be said to be a rare item. I hope everyone can grasp it." His words aroused the interest of the crowd. Many people were guessing what the item was. "Master Bai, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and say it." Below the stage, an impatient martial artist shouted. Everyone looked curiously at the auction stage, waiting for the white-robed old man to reveal the answer. A beautiful maid walked forward with a fiery red saber in her hand. The white-robed old man held the saber in his hand and gently swung it in the air. A 10-meter-long blade light suddenly appeared and streaked across the sky. It was accompanied by a heat wave that soared into the sky. Whoosh! Like a sea of fire spreading, the sky was dyed red. Mystic rank artifact. The crowd below cried out in surprise when they felt this power. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, everyone's fiery eyes were focused on the auction stage. The white-robed old man was very satisfied with this result. He laughed and said, "That's right, it is indeed a profound rank treasure, and it is also an ancient artifact. The origin of this saber is mysterious. It's not a product of this era. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity. The white-robed old man put the saber back and said with a smile, "The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 spiritual stones." His words echoed in the auction house for a long time. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the fire in their hearts was extinguished. 100,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. Ordinary soul realm martial artists could not afford it at all. Only some disciples of large sects or young masters of aristocratic families could afford such a huge sum. Once these people participated in the auction, the price would definitely be more than 100,000 spiritual stones. The scene was silent for a moment. Ordinary disciples could not afford it, and the rich people were watching. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he wanted to see. 110,000, he said indifferently. A profound, rank treasure saber was not common. He did not believe that these people would let it go. Sure enough, after he opened his mouth, people increased the price one after another. The price of the fiery red saber kept rising until it reached 150,000. Ordinary martial artists had already begun to swallow their saliva. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the price would not stop here because he noticed that one of the people participating in the auction was a disciple of the Tsang family. He was Tsang Lei's brother, Tsang Bao. As a swordsman and a genius disciple on the hidden dragon roll, Lin Xian believed that he would not let go of this opportunity. Sure enough, Tsang Bao's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be a little impatient. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, 200,000! Silence, absolute silence. Only Tsang Bao's voice echoed. Everyone was shocked by his increase in price. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. This price had already exceeded his budget. Even the white-robed old man on the auction stage was smiling. Just when everyone thought that it was over, a lazy voice sounded. 210,000. What? Someone is increasing the price. Someone is not giving face to Tsang Bao. In Qingzhou, there was basically no one who did not know Tsang Bao. Now, someone was trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. However, when everyone found out the source of the voice, they all fell silent. That was because the voice came from one of the private rooms. Those who could enter the private rooms were either of prominent status or outstanding strength. They were far from what they could compare to. Tsang Bao's face was gloomy. He looked at the private room on the second floor and clenched his fists. 220,000. Tsang Bao called out the price. 230,000. That voice was still lazy and there was no change in it. 250,000. Tsang Bao gritted his teeth and said, this was already his limit. Any more, and he would have to give up. His knuckles turned pale because of the force he exerted. With this saber, he could definitely enter the top 50 of the hidden dragon roll. 260,000. That voice seemed to be saying something insignificant. Tsang Bao's body stiffened. He did not continue to bid and sat there with a gloomy face. On the auction stage, the white-robed old man said with a smile, "Congratulations to the owner of Private Room 3 for obtaining this Mist-class saber." Everyone was amazed. The price of 260,000 was already beyond the value of a low-class, Mist-class treasure. However, that person did not care at all. The happiest person was Lin Xian. He did not expect that a low-class, Mist-class treasure could be sold for 260,000 spiritual stones. This was already close to the value of a mid-class, Mist-class treasure. With this money, he had more confidence in the longsword treasure that would be auctioned later. The auction that followed was a bit dull. The mood of the crowd was clearly not very high. However, the next item pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a climax. The white-robed old man took out a long sword and raised it high in the air. The sword was 3 feet long, and there were ancient inscriptions carved on it. The blade of the sword was like autumn water, dripping with a cold light. The long sword gently danced, and the sword light flashed, cutting through the void. Lin Xian could acutely feel that the power of this long sword was far above the fiery red long sword. This sword is called Autumn Scar, a mid-class mist-class treasure. The starting price is 200,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. As the white-robed old man's voice fell, the crowd boiled over. At this time, the doors of the auction slowly opened and a group of people walked in. Everyone was puzzled and turned to look. They knew that during the auction, martial artists were not allowed to casually enter. But now, someone had disregarded this rule and walked in. Lin Xian also turned to look. When he saw that person, his body froze. Behind him, a group of people stood at the entrance, their bodies releasing a powerful aura. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His aura was sharp, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he could not help but clench his fists. Chapter 158. Lin Feng. Many people were surprised when they saw the silhouette behind them. Lin Feng was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. It was said that he had fought against the 3rd-ranked cultivator and that his ranking had risen again. Besides, he was from the Sword Lake Palace and had a noble status. Something happened on the way, so I came late. Sorry for disturbing you. Lin Feng said to the old men from the 10,000 Treasures Tower. The few of them nodded, slightly in tacit agreement. The Sword Lake Palace was one of the top powers in the Xia country, and Lin Feng was the leader of the younger generation. Even though the 10,000 Treasures Tower was powerful, they didn't want to offend the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Feng and the others were invited into a private room, and the crowd looked back at the auction stage. The old man in the white robe cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "The Autumn Scar sword starts at 200,000. The auction starts now." Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he had the urge to rush up to Lin Feng. Luckily, he controlled himself. He wanted to go back to the Sword Lake Palace and defeat Lin Feng in front of everyone. He wanted to restore his reputation. After calming himself down, Lin Xian returned to the auction. At that moment, the price had already risen to 250,000, and it was still rising. After all, it was a medium Xian level treasure which could increase one's attack power by 60%. Everyone wanted it. 300,000. Lin Feng's private room called out the price. But Lin Xian knew that it wasn't Lin Feng's voice. It was probably the voice of someone next to him. In the 5th private room, Lin Feng was sitting comfortably on a chair. Next to him was a young man with a sword mark on his forehead. "What? Are you interested in that sword?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "I just want to collect it." The young man with the sword mark smiled. 310,000. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out, clearly echoing in the hall. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't thought that someone would dare to compete with Lin Feng. Also, the crowd realized that the owner of the voice was the one who had won the bid. When Tsang Bao heard that voice, his body started to tremble. That voice had made him lose his opportunity. In the 5th private room, the young man with the sword mark groaned coldly. "So there are people who aren't afraid of death." He was about to fight back, but at that moment, another bid sounded in the hall. 320,000. His voice was very steady and his tone was firm. Everyone was in an uproar. They all turned their heads to look for the person who had spoken. Lin Xian was in the hall and didn't try to hide himself. Soon, someone noticed him. Countless gazes gathered on him. Many people were puzzled. Who is this black-robed man? I don't know. He surprisingly dared steal from Lin Feng's people. He's definitely going to die, whispered those people. In their opinion, the person in the 3rd private room had dared to speak because he had a high social status. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was unable to see through the cultivation of the black-robed man, and given that he was seated in the main hall, It was likely that the other party had an ordinary background. However, he actually dared to participate in the bidding. This made everyone unable to see through him. I've seen him before. He has a silver medallion in his hand. Someone who had seen Lin Xian at the entrance spoke up. Many people shook their heads and sneered. Although the silver token was precious, it was much less valuable than the person in the private room. Lin Xian saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. He had to get his hands on this sword. In the 5th private room, the young man's face became very ugly. It was fine if the people in the other private rooms competed with him. After all, they were all people of the same status. However, a cultivator sitting in the hall dared to participate in this matter. This made him feel humiliated. "You're courting death." The young man's voice was cold. His eyes were like lightning. Through the layers of barriers, he locked onto Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian felt the gaze of the people on the 2nd floor. He turned his head slightly. There was a trace of sordid intent in his eyes. He cut off the gaze that was looking at him. There was a small fluctuation in the air. Some of the stronger people noticed that something was wrong. Quite a few people revealed looks of surprise. The young man was stunned. Then his face became gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage. Just now, there was a trace of sordid intent in his eyes. He originally wanted to teach the black-robed man a lesson. However, he didn't expect that the other party's chi was even fiercer than his. He directly attacked him. "Hey!" I seem to feel a trace of sordid intent. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the black-robed man below. At the same time, there was a soft sound of surprise in the 3rd private room. Lin Xian felt that a soul power flowed out of the 3rd private room and probed him. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also mobilized his soul power and covered his body to prevent anyone from probing. In the 3rd private room, a handsome young man was lying lazily. His whole body sank into a soft, reclining chair. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Just now, his soul perception was blocked. Obviously, the other party was also a master of soul power. His soul is outstanding. There was a trace of sordid intent just now. Who is this person? The handsome young man touched his chin and was lost in thought. The black-robed man's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, his identity became very mysterious. 350,000. The young man said coldly. 360,000. The handsome young man in the 3rd private room said lazily. 380,000. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The price rose rapidly. Soon, it reached 400,000. Lin Xian frowned. He had earned 260,000 spirit stones from auctioning off the long saber and over 200,000 spirit herbs. Including the spirit stones he had obtained from the others, he had about 500,000 spirit stones. The current price made him feel a little depressed. However, fortunately, the owner of the 3rd private room withdrew from the competition. Now, only Lin Xian and the young man were left. 420,000, the young man said coldly. 450,000! Lin Xian's voice did not change at all. Humph! In the 5th private room, the young man snorted coldly. This price has exceeded the value of the long sword. Don't compete anymore. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't worry, I won't bid anymore. But there are many ways to get that sword. The young man looked at Lin Xian with an extremely cold gaze. 450,000. Is there anyone else? On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe asked loudly. He was overjoyed. No one answered. This price was already high enough. Even the people in the private rooms withdrew from the competition. In the end, the Autumn Scar sword was won by Lin Xian. The next item is very special. It is a piece of information about a spiritual weapon. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to leave. He wanted to go backstage and trade. However, the information in front of him made him stop. Not only him, but the entire hall was boiling. A spiritual weapon was a top weapon in the eyes of the world. Usually, only the top sects and clans had one. But now, a new spiritual weapon had appeared. How could these people not be excited? However, how could a piece of information be auctioned? Everyone looked at the auction stage. Chapter 159. It's here. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in the 5th private room. Don't worry, young Master Feng. It's definitely ours. The young man clenched his fists and said. Outside, everyone was discussing animatedly. Their words were filled with excitement. On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe waved his hand to silence the whole place. Everyone, this information comes from a map. Whoever buys this map will be able to obtain this information. There's one more thing I have to tell you. This map is incomplete. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. In fact, he doesn't have much confidence. After all, one incomplete map may not be able to infer anything. Sure enough, after hearing about the incomplete map, many people booed, and half of the enthusiasm in their hearts was extinguished. The ordinary warriors in the hall were talking with each other, and it was noisy. An ancient map, the starting price is 300,000 spiritual stones. The auction starts now. These warriors booed. In their opinion, no one would buy such a thing. Lin Xian shook his head, stood up and prepared to leave. 350,000. A voice rang out like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. What? Someone really bid. Those warriors were stunned. Could it be that the map really recorded it? Lin Xian also suddenly turned around and looked at the 5th private room on the 2nd floor. He recognized that it was Lin Feng's voice. Did he come specifically for this map? Lin Xian was puzzled. 360,000. The lazy voice sounded again. The crowd was excited. Although they couldn't afford it, they could watch the fun. Sure enough, after these 2 people bid, some more people bid. These people were all VIPs in the private rooms on the 2nd floor. They would rather buy the wrong thing than let it go. Lin Xian shook his head and turned to leave. These prices were already beyond his ability. Even if he could get the treasure map, he might not be able to keep it. After all, the temptation of a spiritual treasure was too great. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Xian's departure attracted the attention of many people. A mid-grade, profound-ranked treasure was enough to make one's heart palpitate with excitement. In the 5th private room, the young man stared at Lin Xian's figure with an evil smile. You can't run away. No one can take away what I want. Lin Xian sensed all of those subtle gazes. He sneered in his heart and quickly walked backstage. With his current strength, he could fight against a warrior at the late stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. If he had the Autumn Scar sword, then even against a warrior at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, he would have the power to battle. In addition, he also had the bronze gauntlet and the yellow talisman treasure. These 2 items were enough to kill a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, he would not use it unless he had no other choice. This kind of thing would be damaged every time it was used. Cracks had already appeared on the bronze gauntlet, which made his heart ache. After arriving at the backstage, Lin Xian handed over the soul stones and received the Autumn Scar sword. Get that black scabbard. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Lin Xian glanced at the black scabbard on the jade plate. It was very ordinary and nothing special. However, he naturally wouldn't let go of something that could tempt Lord Alcohol. Can you give me this scabbard? Lin Xian asked casually. Sure. The 1,000 Treasures Tower in charge didn't care about a scabbard and gave it to Lin Xian on the spot. Putting away the scabbard, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Nodding his head, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Little friend, please wait. An old voice rang out, sounding abnormally strong. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. and a trace of caution appeared in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "What? 1,000 Treasures Tower can't even bear to give out a scabbard. Little friend, don't misunderstand. I want to talk to you." The red-robed old man appeared with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not here for some scabbard. I just want to talk to you." "All right, what do you want to talk about?" Lin Xian's heart moved. He needed a powerful force to intimidate the mysterious green-haired man. If he could get closer to the 1,000 Treasures Tower, it would undoubtedly be the best. "Little friend, this way, please." The red-robed man smiled. Lin Xian followed behind him and walked into an antique room. "I wonder if little friend can take off the black robe?" The red-robed old man said. "I represent the 1,000 Treasures Tower to discuss something with little friend. I absolutely have no malice." "Okay," Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his hand and put the black robe into his storage ring. The red-robed old man looked at Lin Xian, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was young, but he didn't expect that he would be so young. This was clearly a youth. "I wonder what senior is looking for this brat for?" Lin Xian asked politely. "Hoo-hoo, heroes come from the youth," the red-robed old man said while stroking his beard. "I want to ask if little friend is an inscription master." Done talking. He looked at Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. Lin Xian nodded. The old man's gaze made him feel somewhat nervous. "Then do you know about the inscription tower?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I've been cultivating with my master in the mountains. I've only recently come out to explore the world." For his own safety, he once again brought up his incorporeal master. "Oh, I wonder who your master is?" the red-robed old man asked subconsciously. "My master is very low-key," Lin Xian lied. "I wonder what senior is looking for me for." He quickly changed the topic. The red-robed old man didn't think much about it. After all, many experts like to live in seclusion. At that moment, he said slowly, "If possible, I would like to invite you to participate in a competition in the name of the 1,000 Treasures Tower." It is said that the inscription tower was left behind by an inscription master. It is located at the border between the Xia country and the Shadow country. There are some unique inscriptions and the inscription master's insights inside. It is a sacred place for inscription masters. However, due to its geographical location, it is determined that it can't be occupied by any country alone. So every 3 years, the Xia country and the Shadow country will decide which side will enter by means of a martial arts competition. The Xia country has lost twice in a row. This time we can't lose again. There was a trace of anger and helplessness on the red-robed old man's face. "If it's a competition, you shouldn't be looking for me, right?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Isn't it better to be an expert on the hidden dragon roll?" "Little friend, although it is a competition, the participants must be inscription masters. Although there are many geniuses on the hidden dragon roll, there are only a few inscription masters. Little friend, your soul power is the strongest I have ever seen. It far surpasses that of your peers." Lin Xian understood. Indeed, his soul force was much stronger than that of an average first-grade inscription master, let alone people of the same age. "Don't worry. As long as you take action, you will be rewarded," the red-robed old man hurriedly said when he saw that Lin Xian was silent. Inside his body, Lord Alcohol said, "Xiao Xuanzi, if that inscription tower is real, you can go in and take a look." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I wonder when this competition will begin? I don't want to miss the snow-seeking sex grand event." "Little friend, don't worry. This competition will be held after the snow-seeking sex grand event. If I win the competition, will I be able to get a spot to enter the inscription tower?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The red-robed old man was taken aback and his face sank. A strong aura slowly seeped out, and the entire room became very oppressive. Lin Xian's spirit sea shook, producing a rumbling sound. At the same time, he spread out his soul power to resist the pressure. His expression didn't change as he slowly stretched out his hand and drew in the air. An ancient inscription appeared in the air, emitting a strange light. This is... The red-robed old man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with shock. Chapter 160. The inscriptions in midair completely stunned the red-robed elder. "What exquisite inscriptions!" exclaimed the red-robed elder after a long while. "I need to discuss your request with others," said the red-robed elder. "No matter what, I will give you an answer in 3 days." "Thank you, senior." Lin Xian bowed and walked out of the room. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the red-robed elder took a deep breath. This youth's attainment in inscriptions far exceeded his expectations. He looked at the inscriptions that were gradually disappearing in midair and fell into deep thought. Lin Xian walked out of the room and headed straight outside. He had drawn the inscriptions under Lord Alcohol's guidance, but he hadn't expected it to really stun the red-robed elder. It seems like Lord Alcohol's inscriptions far surpassed these people. Lin Xian was delighted. When he walked out of the 10,000 Treasures building, the auction had just ended and the crowd was rushing out. Through the conversations of others, he learned that Lin Feng had bought the last remnant map for 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a spendthrift! Lin Xian pursed his lips and walked towards the inn. Behind him, a few obscure gazes fell on him. One of them was the sword-mark youth beside Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Xian check into the Four Seasons, the sword-mark youth sneered and left. Lin Xian naturally knew that these people were following him. However, he didn't take it to heart. If these people didn't open their eyes, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Back in his room, Lin Xian used the red flame sword to set up a defensive array before heaving a sigh of relief. After calming himself down, he flicked his storage ring and a long sword appeared in his hand. With a gentle sway, a sword shadow appeared in the air. It was like an autumn rainbow, chilling to the heart. Lin Xian activated the lightning in his body. In an instant, a golden arc climbed up the sword. When he circulated his spiritual power again, the golden arc disappeared and a cyan gale wrapped around the sword, increasing its spirituality out of thin air. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He felt that the 450,000 low-grade spirit stones had not been spent in vain. You don't know what's important. In my opinion, the black scabbard is the good stuff. Lord Alcohol snorted. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, he took out the black scabbard and looked at it curiously. "Nothing special," Lin Xian muttered. Then he activated his purple spirit eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. Finally, he even used his soul force to check inside and out. "If it were that easy to see through, you wouldn't have gotten the item," Lord Alcohol said. "Lord Alcohol, what does this do?" Lin Xian asked. "Sheath your sword," Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian did as he was told and sheathed the Autumn Scar sword. "Use the power of wind and thunder at the same time. Control your power and don't destroy the house." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Could it be he activated the power of wind and thunder at the same time? Then he controlled his strength and abruptly drew his sword. Qi! Qi! Under his control, the sword Qi was attached to the sword and was not released. However, he could clearly see that the power of wind and thunder had perfectly fused together. The air 3 feet in front of him had been sliced apart. "This is the power of wind and thunder," Lin Xian exclaimed. He had long wanted to fuse the two powers together. However, without the corresponding martial arts, it was very difficult for him to succeed. But now, a black scabbard had actually solved this problem. It is indeed good stuff. He caressed the black scabbard and his face bloomed with joy. "Humph, now you know how to be happy." Lord Alcohol snorted. Lin Xian hugged the scabbard and laughed foolishly. For the next 2 hours, Lin Xian studied the black scabbard. He realized that the more power of wind and thunder he injected, the longer it could be maintained. However, it could only be maintained for 10 breaths of time. In other words, after 10 breaths of time, the power of wind and thunder on the sword would be separated again. However, this was enough for Lin Xian. In the evening, Lin Xian went out for a meal before returning to the house. He lived in a small, independent courtyard which was very quiet. In the following time, he put away the autumn scar sword and the black scabbard and began to practice inscriptions. These days, he had not slacked off on his practice, including martial arts. Inscriptions were the same as martial arts. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. Lin Xian did not slack off for even a moment. His inscriptions were also rapidly improving. Late at night, Lin Xian exited from his cultivation state and took out some spirit wine to quickly recover. He had a premonition that someone would make a move for the autumn scar sword, raising his body's condition to the extreme. Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Indeed, in the latter half of the night, he sensed the aura of martial artists. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian grasped the situation within a 10-meter radius. On the roof, 3 figures quietly approached. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His body flashed and disappeared. The 3 men in black had their faces covered and their auras were concealed. "You 3, what are you doing on my roof in the middle of the night?" A mocking voice was heard from behind them, and the 3 men in black were shocked. "Let's go!" The middle man in black roared. The 3 moved quickly, and the aura on their bodies exploded like a flood. The spirit power surged, shaking the air. These 3 were all martial artists at the 3rd sky of the Sea of Souls realm. With the 3 of them working together, they formed a triangle. "Hand over the autumn scar sword, and we will spare your life." The middle man in black roared. "Are you talking about this?" Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword and waved it in front of the 3. The 3's gazes were attracted by the long sword, and their breathing became hurried. "Hand it over to us." The man in black roared. "You guys are not worthy of this sword." Lin Xian hung the long sword on his waist. "Kid, you are looking for death." The 3 men in black were furious and attacked together. F***CK off. Lin Xian took a step forward and roared out a sound wave. "Who?" The translucent sound wave vibrated, and together with the soul power attack, it directly pierced through the defensive armor of the 3. Pooh! 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 The 3 were covered by the sound wave, and their bodies seemed to have been severely wounded. Horrifying cracks appeared on their bodies. All of a sudden, the 3 were covered in blood. "Back off." The 3 men in black robes had fear in their eyes. Is he even human? Just a shout was enough to severely wound them. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian's body flashed, and he blocked the way of the 3. Don't do anything stupid." The 3 were bleeding all over, and their voices were shaking. "Leave your storage rings, and don't appear in front of me again." "Yes, yes." The 3 took off the storage rings on their fingers, and threw them to Lin Xian, then quickly ran away. Putting away the 3 storage rings, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. Instead, it became extremely serious. He felt a powerful aura appear nearby. Most of the warriors nearby had seen Lin Xian's attack, and the ones who still dared to make a move now were undoubtedly powerful warriors. Pap! 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 A crisp clapping sound was heard, and a teenager with a sword mark in between his eyebrows appeared. With the cultivation of the 2nd sky of the spiritual sea realm, he could actually beat back 3 warriors at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm with one attack. Not simple indeed. However, if you want to get the autumn scar sword with just this, I am afraid that it is not enough. The aura of the teenager with the sword mark suddenly became sharp, as if thousands of sword lights had pierced through the air. Chapter 161. Sword Chi hummed and buzzed. The young man took a step forward as his aura increased again. It was like a huge mountain pressing down. Nearby, some warriors poked their heads out and looked at the battle in the distance, nervously. Who is that? What a horrifying aura. There are no weaklings around Lin Feng. It seems like that young man is going to be in trouble. The young man stared at Lin Xian as he slowly pulled out his long sword. It was a golden long sword with a curved body, like a crawling, poisonous snake. The long sword left its scabbard, turning into a curved beam of light in the air. Golden Snake's sword. He is Golden Snake's sword Yan Hui. The warriors nearby exclaimed. Golden Snake's sword Yan Hui, ranked 32nd on the hidden dragon rank. No one had expected him to appear here. With the long sword in his hand, the young man's body twisted in a weird way like a snake. Behind him, a sword-shaped snake shadow gradually appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying. Lin Xian held his autumn scar sword as all the qi in his body condensed into one point. He knew very well that he had no advantage when it came to spiritual power. However, his attacks were extremely powerful. Especially after the fusion of wind and thunder, his battle power had increased again. Golden Snake Strike. The young man swung out his sword. Sword qi flashed as it covered the sky. Wind and thunder explosion. Lin Xian stomped on the ground. Qi waves spread out like water splashes as his entire body shot out like an arrow. Boom! Approaching the Golden Snake sword qi, Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. Boom! The air seemed to explode as a 10-meter-long sword light flew out like a lightning bolt. With one sword, wind and thunder explosion. Boom! 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 The autumn scar sword slashed out diagonally, hitting the weak point of the Golden Snake sword qi. All of a sudden, the Golden Snake sword qi weakened rapidly and disappeared completely. Yan Hui's face looked gloomy. His body flashed as he quickly arrived beside Lin Xian. His Golden Snake sword stabbed out like lightning. Ding! 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 A series of metal clashing sounds rang out in the air. Balls of bright sparks burst out like shooting stars. Every attack of the two was the tip of the sword against the tip of the sword. It was extremely accurate. The difference was that the sword Mark Youth was advancing while Lin Xian was retreating. There was nothing he could do about it. His opponent's spiritual energy was too strong. Every time they collided, his arm would go numb. Bang! The two swords clashed again, and Lin Xian retreated a few steps with a gloomy face. If that's all you've got, then go to hell. The young man waved his sword, and the sword light split into 2, then 4, and finally 8 golden pythons, which pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. His opponent's cultivation of the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was too much of a suppression on him. It seemed that he could only use sword intent. Lin Xian sheathed his sword back into its black scabbard, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Are you giving up? In the distance, someone sighed. Using the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier to resist the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This is already a miracle. In the darkness behind these martial practitioners, there were 2 old figures standing far away. One of them was wearing a red robe, and the other was wearing a white robe. They were the 2 elders of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Should we save him? The white-robed elder asked. No, his strength should be more than this, the red-robed elder said in a low voice. Look again. Just as the 2 were talking, a martial practitioner in front exclaimed. He fought back. Indeed, Lin Xian fought back. The sword intent in his body surged, and the sharp sword intent burst out in an instant. Hurricane style! The sword's shadow swept out, and 4 green hurricanes dozens of meters high flew out, sweeping the sky and the earth, crashing into the golden pythons in all directions. With a swing of his sword, Lin Xian attacked continuously. He stepped on the phantom thunder step, and his body kept flashing as he quickly approached the young man. Wind, thunder, pierce! The green sword chi surged as if it had turned into a green dragon. Outside it, golden electric arcs surrounded it, crackling. The great dragon sword mark in Lin Xian's mind trembled, and the sword chi outside his body let out a dragon roar. The golden electric arcs merged into the sword chi and turned into golden dragon scales, which were extremely dazzling. "Oh my God! What kind of chi is this?" someone exclaimed in the distance. "Sword intent." The young man was moved for the first time, and there was deep jealousy in his eyes. This was the realm that all swordsmen dreamed of, but only a few people could comprehend it. Among the people he knew, only Lin Feng had comprehended sword intent. That abnormal combat, strength, made him tremble. This person can't be left alive. In an instant, the young man made up his mind. Neither he nor Lin Feng hoped that there would be someone who comprehended sword intent. Bang! The wind thunder sword chi was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it attacked the young man. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the strong wind danced. The violent power destroyed the young man's body protection. When everything calmed down, Lin Xian frowned. On the opposite side, the young man slid back dozens of meters on the ground, and there was a deep dent in the ground. Most of the body protection armor on his body was broken, but it still didn't hurt him. Is this the strength of the fifth sky of the spiritual sea realm? It's really abnormal. Lin Xian sighed. The gap between their cultivation was too big, and he couldn't break the young man's defense. "How dare you hurt me? You can die now." The young man's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Xian. In the distance, a group of warriors was shocked. This combat strength was too terrifying. In the dark, the two elders in red and white were even more surprised. "I didn't expect this boy to comprehend sword intent. It seems that there is hope for the battle of the inscription tower." The old man in red robes' eyes were shining. "We can't let anything happen to him." The old man in white robe was ready to attack. "Let's see what else this boy can do." The old man in red robe was not in a hurry. Since he saw the strange rune drawn by Lin Xian, he felt that Lin Xian was not simple. Now it seemed that it was true. "Boy, let me see where your limit is." On the battlefield, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The fusion wind movement was silent. Puff! Behind the young man, the air split open, and a sharp sword chi slashed his body. A horrifying crack appeared on his armor. It was a shocking sight. However, the young man's defense was too thick. Lin Xian's sword chi could only cut through half of it. Fusion wind movement. Lin Xian threw out sword chi one after another, and all of them flew towards the same spot. The young man was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. If he was hit by 3 sword chi at the same spot, he would definitely be injured. Fortunately, he was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He jumped and dodged 2 sword chi. The young man's body glided in the air, and the shadow of the golden snake appeared behind him. It combined with the golden snake sword in his hand and slashed downwards. It did not seem to be sword chi, but a real giant python descending from the sky. Violent and unrestrained spiritual energy came crashing down like a mountain, turning everything below into dust. At this moment, the martial artists in the vicinity all fled for their lives, running far away. Lin Xian retreated quickly and dodged the attack. At the same time, he waved the autumn scar sword in his hand and used the splitting wind movement. The air seemed to have been cut open, and there was a strange shift. The golden giant python in the air was pulled by an invisible force, as if it was about to be torn apart. Horrifying cracks appeared on some of the weaker parts. Whoosh! The young man ignored Lin Xian's attack and quickly came to his side. The curved golden snake sword glowed with a dim light and stabbed towards Lin Xian's left rib. Chapter 162. The angle of this attack was extremely tricky, specifically aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. If it hit, even if he survived, he would be half dead. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong, and he sensed the danger immediately. Lin Xian moved almost at the same time as the young man made his move. He dodged quickly and left an afterimage on the spot. Puff! The golden snake sword pierced the afterimage and pierced through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Xian kept moving around the young man, leaving a golden shadow behind each time. You can't trap me. The young man was as steady as a rock. He pierced through the shadows like a poisonous snake. However, Lin Xian's goal was not to trap him. Even if the young man pierced through all the shadows, it was useless. Explode! Lin Xian shouted from afar. Rumble! The golden shadows were all condensed by golden thunderbolts, and they carried terrifying power. Now, with this explosion, everything within a radius of 100 feet was enveloped, forming a sea of lightning. Dozens of figures exploded. Golden waves rolled and swept in all directions. The young man was blown away, and his body was charred. Bang! He knelt on the ground in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his face and body were charred. Brat, you've completely infuriated me. The young man looked cold, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The sword mark on his forehead was about to be undone, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he sensed a fatal danger. His soul power had touched the bronze gauntlet. If something went wrong, he would take action immediately. At this moment, a voice came from afar, and a figure rushed over. Stop! No fighting in the ancient city. This voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the void. When the nearby martial artists heard it, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Xian operated his soul power and sword essence to clear the voice. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. Humph! The young man did not seem to have heard the warning and continued to attack. The golden sword light converged into a thumb-thick golden line, which quickly pierced towards Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian activated the ancient armor on his body with all his might. At the same time, he quickly put on the bronze gauntlet on his left hand. However, before he could make a move, the situation changed drastically. The terrifying golden thread shattered into several pieces in the air. The young man's face was pale as he kept retreating. Lin Xian was astonished. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt an immense pressure. Whoosh! At some point in time, a figure had appeared between the two of them. Purple qi covered his entire body. It was as mysterious as the 9 heavens' purple qi. How dare you ignore my warning? The figure only said one sentence, and the sword mark youth opposite him began to vomit blood. Harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian gasped. To have such power, it was most likely only a person in the 3 spirit realms. He put away the bronze gauntlets and stood there cautiously. The next moment, the purple figure looked at him. In an instant, his entire body trembled as if his soul had been struck. In his mind, the great dragon's sword seal vibrated and turned into a roaring dragon. A warm current instantly flowed through his entire body, allowing him to recover from that uncomfortable state. The purple figure was surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to resist. Just as he was about to make a move, 2 light figures rushed out from afar. Master, please calm down. 2 light figures, one red and one white, rushed forward and bowed to the purple figure. The 2 old men went forward and whispered to the purple figure. In the end, the purple figure snorted. Since it was your first offense, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy. Yes, Lin Xian said respectfully. On the other side, the sword mark youth also nodded unwillingly. Both of you have to compensate for the loss this time. In the cities of the Xia, no fighting is allowed except for specific battle stages. In the end, Lin Xian and the sword mark youth each paid a sum of spiritual stones and watched the master leave. The sword-mark youth glared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time. Next time, I'll kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the autumn scar sword. He didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Instead, he thanked the two elders. Young friend Lin, we agree to your conditions. Why don't you take us back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower to rest? Thank you, seniors. Lin Xian did not refuse and left with the two old men. The sword-mark youth also left with a gloomy face. The rest of the warriors also left one after another. However, they kept talking about the battle just now. The battle was too exciting. A warrior in the 2nd tier of the spiritual sea realm fought against a warrior in the 5th tier. Treasured weapons, sword intent, and all kinds of attacks were endless. It was an eye-opener for them. After these people left, a green-haired man walked over slowly. He felt the aura around him and laughed sinisterly. Then he blended into the darkness again. Lin Xian followed the two old men back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower and thanked them again. Seniors, I have a request, Lin Xian said. Oh, let's hear it. I wonder if the 1,000 Treasure Tower is heading to the snow-seeking sect. I want to go with you. That's easy. We'll leave in a few days. You can come with us, the red-robed old man said. Lin Xian was overjoyed. After bidding farewell to the two old men, he returned to his room. After closing the door, Lin Xian let out a heavy sigh. Today's battle gave him a sense of crisis. Recently, he had been living more comfortably. After calming down, Lin Xian began to comprehend the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon's sword seal. For the next few days, Lin Xian spent his time cultivating. During the day, he practiced and tried various sword skills. He learned many moves from the two inheritances and perfected them under the guidance of Lord Alcohol. When he was tired, he drank spiritual wine and cultivated the longevity art. At night, he learned inscriptions from Lord Alcohol. His days were very fulfilling. Today was the 5th day since he came to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Today was the day that the 1,000 Treasure Tower set off. Lin Xian went out early to wait. He exchanged insights with Lord Alcohol about comprehending the inheritances while waiting. These days, he comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon's sword seal whenever he had time. Finally, he evolved a few fierce sword skills. The most powerful one was the Wind Thunder Dragon Thrust. For this move, he combined the Wind Emperor's sword, the Great Dragon sword seal, and the Heavenly Meteor. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual power, it was much more economical compared to the Heavenly Meteor. Moreover, according to his calculations, this move could break through the defense of a martial artist at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Just a few days ago, he couldn't break through the defense of the sword-mark youth. Now he had absolute confidence. As he was thinking, a group of people walked over. Among them were two old men in red and white, a middle-aged man and a young man and woman. Among them, Lin Xian had seen the girl before. She was the beauty called Wei Wei. As for the young man, he stared at Lin Xian with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a sneer, he walked towards Lin Xian. Chapter 163. You're the inscription master that old Qiu and old Bai found. The young man stared at Lin Xian. You don't seem to be much? Lin Xian sighed and ignored him. Instead, he greeted the two elders behind the young man. Greetings, seniors, Lin Xian said with a smile. Little friend Lin, you're here so early, the white-robed elder said with a smile. Kid. The young man beside him was livid. He originally wanted to intimidate Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to ignore him. I'll let you know that not everyone can enter the 1,000 Treasure Tower. The young man roared in his heart. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He didn't want to fight with these people. What he wanted most now was to reach the snow-seeking sect. There's no time to lose. Let's go, the red-robed elder said. The few of them walked out of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Lin Xian looked at the two chariots in front and was a little surprised. The simple patterns were made of black gold and were the size of a house. The demonic beast pulling the chariot was even more extraordinary. It was actually a four-headed blood dragon horse. This was a powerful fourth-tier demonic beast with the body of a horse and the tail of a dragon. Its entire body was blood red, as if it could drip blood. Its blood was vigorous and comparable to a martial artist in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This 1,000 treasure tower is really generous. Lin Xian praised in his heart. This kind of thing wasn't something that an ordinary force could take out. And this was just the 1,000 treasure tower in the ancient city. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine how powerful the headquarters of the 1,000 treasure tower was. 6 people, 2 chariots. The 2 elders and the middle-aged man sat in the front chariot, while Lin Xian and the 2 disciples of the 1,000 treasure tower entered the other chariot. Pum! After a moment, there was a sound. The bloody horned dragon horse let out a long neigh and dashed out. Its speed was frightening. Lin Xian estimated that at this speed, they could arrive in about 10 days. It was more than twice as fast as him traveling alone. I'm Wei Wei. This is senior brother Liu Yang. The beautiful woman in the chariot said. There was a lot of space inside. Lin Xian and the other 2 each took a side. Seeing the beauty take the initiative to speak, Lin Xian also cupped his fists and smiled. I am Lin Xian. It is my honor to meet the 2 of you. Humph! The young man snorted. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He had never met this Liu Yang fellow, but the latter had always wanted to make things difficult for him. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to practice the great dragon sword seal. These days, as Lin Xian continued to comprehend, he finally understood why the great dragon sword was called an offensive saint art. Fusing everything, evolving everything. With a sword in hand, all techniques could be broken. Lin Xian could now use the mountain suppressing hand and lion's roar with his long sword, and its power was even stronger than the original version. Coupled with the effect of sword intent, his attack power had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing Lin Xian closing his eyes, Liu Yang glared at him. He was a disciple of the Myriad Treasure Tower and a first-grade inscription master. He was a strong candidate to participate in the inscription tower. Just a few days ago, he heard that a kid suddenly joined the Myriad Treasure Tower and wanted to participate in the inscription tower competition. This was a threat to his position. The number of people participating in the inscription tower was limited. There would be a preliminary selection at the end, and only the winner could enter. But this kid in front of him could participate directly. How could he not be angry? I want to see what ability you have. Liu Yang clenched his fists. However, Lin Xian never gave him a chance. After getting on the carriage, Lin Xian began to meditate with his eyes closed, comprehending the cultivation method. He did not have the intention to pay attention to the 2 at all. Liu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He could not directly interrupt Lin Xian. If he did, the elders would not forgive him. The carriage moved forward quickly, as if it was flying. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had encountered a bottleneck, and it could not be solved by comprehending. Putting down the comprehension of the great dragon sword seal, he took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it, then began to cultivate the longevity art. A wisp of wine fragrance spread out and floated in the carriage. Vivian and Liu Yang were both inscription masters. After sensing this wine fragrance, their faces changed. Such rich spirit qi. The grade of this spirit wine must be very high. Vivian blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. At the side, Liu Yang's eyes became even more gloomy. How can this kid have this kind of spirit wine? He could not figure it out and was a little mad. After 2 hours, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spirit qi in his body was abundant, and he would soon break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. At that time, even if he met the sword mark youth, He had absolute confidence to defeat him. Junior brother Lin, the grade of your spirit wine must be very high. You didn't refine it yourself, right? Vivian asked with a smile. How could it be? This was refined by my master. Lin Xian shook his head. Since everyone is free, why don't we test what we have learned together? Lu Yang saw the opportunity and hurriedly said, Sure, I happen to have some doubts recently, Vivian said seriously. Junior brother Lin, what about you? Lu Yang asked. Because Lin Xian was the youngest, both of them called him junior brother. Lin Xian smiled lightly. Sure. Lu Yang was overjoyed. As long as Lin Xian dared to agree, he was confident that he could humiliate Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just a young boy. What could he know? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Of course, he knew Lu Yang's intention, but he was fearless. After practicing for so long, he could take this opportunity to test it out. Then the three of them began to discuss, from the initial medicinal materials, pharmacology to the effects and methods. Everything was involved. Lin Xian learned inscription knowledge from Lord Alcohol, so this content was not difficult for him. On the contrary, he could often come up with some unique ideas, which broadened the horizons of the other two. Vivian's face was flushed red with excitement. She had solved all the problems that had plagued her for days. Lu Yang's face was gloomy. Not only did he not make things difficult for Lin Xian, but he also had some questions that he could not answer. The corner of Lu Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he went crazy. Humph, you talk so nicely, but who doesn't know these theories? The key to becoming an inscription master is refining. Do you dare to compete? Lu Yang was furious. He swore that he would humiliate Lin Xian. He guessed that Lin Xian must have a good master to be able to learn such knowledge. However, Lu Yang was not willing to admit defeat. He had the advantage of age. In terms of refining techniques and proficiency, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to him. Sure. Lin Xian was still calm and unhurried. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I'll make you cry in a while. Lu Yang sneered in his heart. He moved his finger and drew an arc in the air. A shining inscription appeared in the air. The whole process was smooth and without a pause. Good technique. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Lu Yang had some skills and was not a talkative person. Lin Xian immediately made his move. His finger danced in the air. 3 vortex runes appeared in the air, forming the shape of a triangle, like 3 blooming lotuses. 3 flowers gathering spirit. Lu Yang exclaimed. Lu Yang's eyes were filled with shock. His lips trembled and he was speechless. The 3 lotus-shaped inscriptions rotated in the air, forming a vortex of spirit power. In the carriage in front, the red-robed elder felt the change in spirit power behind him and suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 164. The old man in the red robe opened his eyes in shock. He slowly spread out his soul power to check the situation behind him. When he saw the 3 flowers gathering spirit drawn by Lin Xian, his eyelids twitched fiercely. This kid is really surprising. The old man in the red robe was full of expectations for the upcoming battle of the inscription tower. In the carriage, Lu Yang kept pinching his thigh to wake himself up from his dream. This can't be real. This can't be real. However, reality was like a basin of cold water that woke him up. Finally, Lu Yang let out a heavy sigh. You win! He finally knew why Lin Xian could directly participate in the inscription tower competition. His method was way beyond theirs. Junior brother Lin, can I ask you a question? Vivian blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course, senior brother Lu Yang can also participate, Lin Xian said lightly. He was not a narrow-minded person. Lu Yang was taken aback. He gave Lin Xian a deep look. Then the two began to ask all their questions. Lin Xian answered them one by one in great detail. Lu Yang was shocked. He thought that Lin Xian was just joking. He did not expect that Lin Xian would help them so wholeheartedly. This made him feel a little embarrassed. At this time, the carriage slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked out. Outside, the wind and snow fluttered. The snow was wrapped in silver, and the goose feather heavy snow fell from the sky. As far as the eye could see, the whole world seemed to have turned into a monotonous white. We have entered the snow province. Lu Yang looked out of the window and said, on the snowy ground, the carriage might be slower. This was relative. Lin Xian estimated that even this speed was faster than him traveling alone. Putting down the curtain, Lin Xian entered the state of cultivation again. Half a day later, the carriage stopped completely. Let's rest for the night and continue tomorrow, the old man in the red robe said in a deep voice as he looked ahead. Lin Xian and the other two got out of the carriage and suddenly felt a gust of cold wind, as if it was going to freeze them into ice. Fortunately, I'm wearing a bearskin coat. Otherwise, I would have to use my spiritual energy to protect my body. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart as he felt the cold air between heaven and earth. Everyone found a place to shelter from the wind and snow, and then pulled the carriage over. Wang, the red-robed old man's hand trembled as he formed a formation that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the cold wind and snow were all blocked outside. The formation was not supported by manpower. The red-robed old man only needed to place some mid-grade spirit stones, and the formation would automatically defend itself. Everyone tidied up the food and prepared to eat. Most of these people were inscriptionists, so they naturally would not mistreat themselves. The middle-aged man flicked his finger, and a furnace appeared. 2 firebirds were engraved on the furnace, and they were surrounded by raging flames as if they were alive. Bang! The half-meter-tall furnace fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A wave of heat spread out, and everyone felt much warmer. Lu Yang and Vivian began to take out the cut demon beast meat and roast it on the stove. The sky gradually darkened, and the snowstorm outside grew heavier. Moreover, the snow at night was not white but blue like crystals. Lin Xian and the others began to rest and busy themselves with their own things. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes. Among them, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man were not inscriptionists, but their cultivation was the highest, reaching the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm. The rest of the people were all spiritual tattooists with powerful soul power. At this moment, all of them frowned. This was because they could sense a powerful force approaching them at a rapid speed. Could it be him? Lin Xian frowned, and the figure of the green-haired man appeared in his mind. No, there is no evil aura. He quickly denied it. Circulating his soul power, Lin Xian used purple spiritual eyes and looked into the distance. Soon his pupils shrank and he stood up. Wolves! Lin Xian took a deep breath. The others also sensed it, and they were all shocked. Among them, the white-robed old man said in a deep voice, "This is the Ice Wolves bandits of Snow Province. They are extremely cruel. You must be careful. Can't we escape with the blood dragon carriage?" Lu Yang's voice was trembling. "On the snow! Nothing can outrun the snow wolves." The white-robed old man shook his head. Figures appeared beside them. It was a pack of snow wolves, and each of them was more than 2 meters long. Their green eyes were like 2 ghost fires that kept jumping. Behind them, there were more snow wolves approaching, but there were people sitting on those wolves. Huge, burly men in animal skin coats stared coldly at Lin Xian and the others with a fierce face. "We are from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. May I know why you are here?" The middle-aged man stood out and said in a deep voice, "Ha! So it's a friend from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. You must know the rules of the Ice Wolves bandits. Leave the horses, money, treasures, and women. The rest can get lost." This group of burly men was very arrogant and did not give face to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. This was a group of lunatics who did not give face to anyone. Even the disciples of the snow-seeking sect were robbed. so there is no room for discussion. The middle-aged man's voice gradually turned cold. They were from the 1,000 Treasure Tower, and no one dared to provoke them outside. How could they endure this kind of humiliation? There is nothing to discuss. Brothers, charge! With a command, countless snow wolves pounced. The defensive array buzzed and trembled nonstop. Ripples appeared in the surroundings, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Gather together, don't scatter. Everyone, break through together. The white-robed old man said in a deep voice. Rumble. The defensive array shattered, and the wolf bandits rushed in. Humph. The middle-aged man attacked mercilessly. An earthy yellow palm that was dozens of meters tall pushed out horizontally. Everywhere it passed, countless blood wolves and bandits turned into a bloody mist. The power of a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm was extremely terrifying. Let me fight you. An angry voice sounded from behind the wolf bandits. A huge, burly man suddenly jumped up, and his long saber slashed down like a rainbow. The saber light that was dozens of meters long cut through the sky and slashed down at the crowd. Air waves rolled on both sides, and the cold wind blew in reverse, whistling nonstop. The middle-aged man threw out a punch to welcome the resplendent saber light and engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf bandit leader. Hee, who wants to play with me? A sinister voice sounded, and another wolf bandit at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm walked out, holding a blue long whip in his hand and laughing cruelly. The white-robed old man gave some instructions to the crowd and then went forward. The battle between 4 martial artists at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm was shocking. Just the aftermath of the battle made everyone's heart tremble. Lin Xian and the rest kept retreating. They were already surrounded. Go! With the wolf bandits' command, countless snow wolves pounced forward. Break through them! The crowd didn't want to be separated, but there were too many snow wolves, and they broke through in an instant. Lin Xian pulled out the Autumn Scar sword and attacked. He used the Phantom Thunder Steps and shuttled through the wolf pack, thrusting out his long sword continuously. Every sword took the life of a snow wolf. Every sword was fatal and accurate. Soon, dozens of snow wolves fell beside him, and blood dyed the ground red. Kid, you are looking for death. A loud shout came from the crowd, and a bald man with a huge saber slashed at Lin Xian. Chapter 165. The newcomer was very ferocious. His body was covered in flames, and his spirit energy condensed into a dragon, charging towards Lin Xian. The wild blade slashed down, and the blade light was like starlight shining in the air. A martial artist in the 4th sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Young friend Lin, be careful. In the distance, the red-robed elder saw this scene and wanted to rush over to help. However, his opponent was very powerful, holding the red-robed elder back. Vivian and Lu Yang were also very anxious, but they were also surrounded by the wolf bandits and couldn't get away for a while. Lin Xian's body moved erratically, and he quickly dodged the star-like blade light. Don't worry, I can handle it. He transmitted his voice to everyone. Hee, kid, you seem to be very important. The bald man sneered. If I kill you, I wonder how sad they will be. This group of wolf bandits was very ferocious, and they took pleasure in killing people. Lin Xian had no sympathy for this kind of people. His eyes became sharp, and his body flashed, creating dozens of illusions. This was the power of the Phantom Thunder Steps. When he mastered it, each of the illusions could be passed off as real, and people couldn't tell the real from the fake. The 2nd sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Too weak. Die. The bald man swung his blade, and the blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed out, covering all the illusions around him. Pung, 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 pung. With one slash, more than half of the illusions were destroyed. Petty tricks. Watch how I kill you with one slash. The bald man laughed loudly. Is that so? A faint voice came from behind the bald man. What? The bald man was shocked. He didn't see when Lin Xian ran behind him. Blade Ring Mountain. The bald man gritted his teeth and roared. Countless streams of saber qi shot out from his body, instantly forming a hazy mountain that stood behind him. At the same time, he quickly turned his body, wanting to cut Lin Xian under his blade. Puff! The bald man was just about to move, but his body suddenly stiffened. The sword tip that was as cold as autumn water pierced through his heart, causing blood to splatter everywhere. No! Impossible! How could you break through my defense? The bald man's voice became softer and softer. Finally, his head tilted and he fell to the ground. Until his death, he still didn't believe that a martial artist at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm could break through his defense. The power of the wind lightning spike is greater than I imagined. Lin Xian took off the bald man's storage ring and charged into the pack of wolves once again. Awoo! Wolf howls rang out, sounding desolate. Everyone turned around and saw the bald man lying in a pool of blood. What? Aguang is dead. Who killed him? The group of wolf bandits fell into a frenzy as they all looked at Lin Xian. It's you, a martial artist in the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. How is it possible? Countless wolf bandits shouted crazily. In the distance, Lu Yang and Vivian also exclaimed in surprise. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Brat, how dare you kill a member of our Ice Wolf Regiment? Die! A strong man with 2 hammers in his hands was riding a snow wolf as he quickly rushed over. The green wind under Lin Xian's feet spun, and his body turned into a gust of wind, drifting around. His footwork was unconstrained, and there was no pattern to it. Ding! 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 A series of sparks flew out, followed by the dense sound of metal clashing. Countless sword shadows appeared in front of the strong man, forming a sword curtain. Shocked, he used his hammers to protect himself. At the same time, the snow wolf he was riding on launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Its sharp claws were waving, tearing the air apart as it clawed at Lin Xian. Puff! A shadow was clawed and exploded, turning into spiritual power and disappearing. Lin Xian's real body had already retreated to the back. With a shake of his wrist, several 10-meter-long sword qi shot out. Golden snake travel. This was the sword technique used by the Swordmark youth, and now it was used by Lin Xian. After comprehending the great dragon sword print, Lin Xian's attack was ever-changing. The sword qi in the air turned into giant pythons, pouncing forward. Awoo! The snow wolf that the strong man was riding on roared, spitting out a cloud of icy mist which was extremely cold. The golden snake, formed by the sword qi, clashed with the mist, causing an explosion. The horrifying energy spread out in all directions. Ah! In the distance, Vivian screamed. Her sleeve had been cut open. The wolf bandit she was fighting against was a perverted man. His beady eyes were staring at Vivian's body. Little beauty, I will let you have your fill in a bit. Ha ha ha. The surrounding wolf bandits also laughed maniacally. Shoo! He waved the red spiritual whip in his hand again, drawing a weird arc in the air and tearing Vivian's dress apart. Vivian was terrified as she screamed and kept retreating. Kid, all of you have to die. The strong man stared at Lin Xian and grinned. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His sword intent surged, and the aura on his body became extremely cold. Shoo! His body turned into a beam of lightning as he flew out quickly, approaching the strong man instantly. The autumn scar sword was pulled out quickly, and a dragon roar was heard. Who? A golden sword light flashed, lighting up half of the sky. Who? Lin Xian flashed his body, passing through the strong man and running toward Vivian. Behind him, the strong man raised both of his hammers in the air, and his pupils gradually enlarged. All of a sudden, A trace of blood appeared in between his eyebrows, and then blood poured out. Boom! His entire body, along with the snow wolf he was riding on, died instantly. His body was split in half, and he fell onto the ground. Win style! The air moved, and a sword light suddenly flew out from behind the perverted man. The perverted man, who was flirting with Vivian, suddenly changed his expression. He released his spirit power, forming a spirit power armor. Boom! The sword light landed on the armor, tearing open a horrifying crack. You can't break it. Before he could finish, the sword light flashed again, and a golden sword light surged, attacking like lightning. Pooh! The perverted man's head flew into the air and was thrown far away. The surrounding wolf bandits all backed off crazily, their eyes filled with fear. Thank you, Vivian said while trembling. Here. Lin Xian took off his white bear coat and threw it to Vivian. Then he turned around and roared at the wolf pack that was running toward him. Mad lion roar. The sound wave vibrated, and with Lin Xian as the center, it quickly spread out. Within the formless sound wave, there was a sharp sword intent, forming a horrifying killing move. Pooh! 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 All the snow wolves and wolf bandits that came in contact with the sound wave had their bodies split open, as if they had been pierced by thousands of swords. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian flashed again and arrived near Lu Yang. Junior brother Lin. Lu Yang's face was filled with joy. He had seen Lin Xian's attack just now. As long as Lin Xian made a move, his life would be saved. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he arrived beside Lu Yang, pulling out his autumn scar sword. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. This move was a sword skill that he had created by imitating the Mad Lion roar. Originally, with his strength, he would not be able to create a sword skill. But with the great dragon sword print, everything became possible. With Lin Xian as the center, a ring-shaped sword pattern rippled in all directions. Ripples appeared in the air, spreading out like water ripples. From afar, it looked like a golden ripple. Everything that came in contact with it was cut in half. As the sword was waved out, silence reigned. Dozens of snow wolves and wolf bandits were killed at the same time. Their bodies were cut in half, twitching nonstop.